ocean to wait. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the into the wild, into the wild.
trying to cut me down. Better do it quickly now, now. You can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong. My roots are strong. Say the word, say the word. Say the word, goodbye. Say the word and we can run around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can stay together, found that better place. And I know you're healing, 'cause I know the feeling. The streets stop breathing. I don't wanna let you. Say the word, say the word. Say the I give in to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Supergirl Gamer Pro broadcast. My name is Nekra, and I'm joined by Dawn, who's going to be my co-caster for today's broadcast. Dawn, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little nervous, but I am really excited for all of these matches tonight. It's the first week, and there's just so much going on. I'm so excited.
I'm really excited too, but I'm most excited about the fact that this is Supergirl Gamer Pro, a competitive video game series dedicated to supporting women in gaming. The initiative was launched in 2017 to provide a platform for female gamers and to help inspire more women to take a larger role within esports. So really excited about today's specific tournament because it's all women players. Dawn, what does it mean to have a platform like this for these women?
It can mean a variety of things, but for some of these players, it might be their first, foray into the tournament scene. So this is actually a chance for them to get into competition and see if that's something that they want to pursue in the future. So that really can mean a lot.
So it provides people a great outlet to get a chance to get their foot into the competitive scene. Yeah. And we can't do this without our amazing sponsors. Thank you so much to Zenny Gaming, to Nissan, the United States Air Force, United States Marines, ASA Entertainment, and GameStop for being able to put on this amazing experience for our players. And with them, we are able to bring you 3 different game titles for the Supergirl Gamer Pro 2020 series. That's going to be League of Legends, CSGO, and our broadcast today is going to be Hearthstone. So really excited about that. And Dawn, why don't you tell us a little bit about the format that our 16 players are going to be competing in today?
Yeah, absolutely. So like you mentioned, it is a bracket of 16 players. Each week is its own individual tournament. So these players can play in 1 week. They can play in all 9 weeks if they want. completely up to them. Each week, though, is a bracket of 16 players, single elimination, and it's going to be a best of 3 conquest format. Now, the one thing that's a little bit different from other conquest tournaments that players might be familiar with, there is no ban in this. So it's just bring 3 decks, and you have to get a win with 2 of the different decks. And as these players compete over these weeks, each week they can earn points based on their finish. So the first place actually gets a 100-point total. Second place is going to be 75 points. Third and fourth, 50 points each. Fifth through eighth, 25 points. And 9th through 16th get 15 points. So even just registering, signing up, playing, even if they're out the first round, they can still start accumulating points. And of course, the better they do cumulative across all 9 weeks, the higher their point total is going to be. And that can just add up over the weeks to get them a spot in the finals in San Diego from October 3rd to 4th.
Well, did you miss your opportunity to play in today's tournament? Then don't worry. As Don said, it is a 9-week format before the grand finals in San Diego, October 3rd to 4th. So go over to www.supergirlgamerpro.com in order to stay up to date with all of the latest on what's happening with the Supergirl Gamer Pro series and get a chance to sign up. If that's not your speed, then go over to Twitter or Facebook at SG Gamer Pro. That is SG Gamer Pro. So go over to Facebook and Twitter and get a chance to check that out there. For today's broadcast, Dawn, what do we expect to see coming in for today?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting meta. This week, we're coming in right before nerfs happen next week. There's going to be some nerfs that are going to hit the meta, and I'm expecting to see kind of Priest, Rogue. Maybe we're going to see some Hunter in there. It's going to be a little bit interesting. Maybe somebody decides to bring something a little bit off. Probably see some Demon Hunter and Warrior. But these 9 weeks, again, they're going to be really interesting because, like I just mentioned, we have nerfs coming next week after this tournament. So next week's tournament is going to be following nerfs. We're going to see an adjustment there. And then in the first half of August is going to be expected to see the new expansion. So things are going to change again throughout that. So I'm also really excited to see how these players change up their lineups and what we're going to see after all of the changes.
That's what makes the 9-week circuit so exciting to me, right? Especially when you're thinking about esports and how varying they can be and how much change happens over the course of the 9 weeks. Like you said, we're going to have nerfs come through. We're going to have a new expansion. There's a lot of interesting stuff to get started in these next 9 weeks. But for today's broadcast, we're going to be featuring 6 matches. It's going to be 1 from our round of 16, 2 matches from our round of 8, both semifinals and the grand finals when we crown our champion for week number 1. But before we get into that, we're going to go to a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll have that first round 1 match for you.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Breathe.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
You It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that quick break. My name is Necra, joined once again by Dragon Rider, and we have our first match. It's going to be Brookworm versus Edelweiss, and I'm taking a look at both of their deck lists right now, and we're in for some spicy times this series.
Yes, definitely. So Brookworm bringing a Priest, Demon Hunter, and Rogue, and Edelweiss bringing a Priest, Druid, and Warrior. So again, with no bans, this is going to be a little interesting. There might not be as many tech cards as we would see in some of the other kind of typical tournaments with a ban, because the tech cards can kind of fit into a lineup where you're targeting something specifically when you're banning something else. So I'm really excited to see how these deck lists play out in a format where there is no ban.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that too. And I guess to give people a little bit more information about these deck lists, Brookworm is running a Galakrond Priest, a Tempo Demon Hunter, and a Galakrond Rogue. And then Edelweiss is bringing a Galakrond Rogue, but also the Spell Druid and the Egra Warrior are sticking out to me right now.
Yeah, and actually it looks like Edelweiss's Druid also includes a Malygos in here, so there's going to be some burst potential. Yeah, so it's kind of Malygos Dragon Druid. So again, lots of potential. I'm really interested to see how these decks line up and if we're going to see any mirror matches, which really the only potential mirror match we might see is with the Priests.
Yeah, I feel like that there's a lot of potential for both of these lineups, especially when you take a look at the speed, right? I think when you take a look at these deck lists in particular, you're looking at kind of the tempo that they set for the actual game. I feel like it's going to be a little bit more fast-paced with some of these, but except maybe that Priest. That might be the one game that might go a little bit longer than the rest of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to depend also what comes on the other side. I have seen, even on ladder, some Priest games that they just get beat down really fast. So that game, depending on, again, how these line up and what order the players bring the decks in, really could make a huge difference.
So when you talk about ordering for deck lists, like what do you decide to go with first, right? You have so much tournament experience. Can you talk us a little bit through that process?
It's a little bit trickier without that ban. And with Conquest as well, you have to get a win with a different deck. Again, this is best of 3, so these players need to get a win with 2 of the 3 different decks. So it's going to just be up to them. Some players will do just a random order, just decide, they might even use a random number generator to pick which deck's going first. They might just skip around and pick. It might just be based on what they feel the most comfortable with. So it's really just going to be up to the players to pick which order they go in. I don't think there's really a set kind of strategy that's used for Conquest. It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, so maybe something a little bit more comfortable, right? And when you think about the deck lists that are kind of in the meta right now, we talked a little bit before we went to break. There's going to be lots of Rogue. There's going to be lots of Demon Hunter, lots of Priest. So does it just surprise you what both of these women brought to the tournament today?
It's not really surprising. I think the biggest thing is that Malygos bring with the Druid. That's a little bit less common right now. And some of the decks, the Druid decks that are going around right now that are playing Malygos are also running like Geppetto to draw some minions from your deck. Yeah, and make them a 1/1. So you're still getting the benefit from that. And that makes your Malygos combo a little bit easier to pull off. But with this one, I don't see a Malygos combo in there, so it's kind of just has the Malygos in there for another win condition. So that's what stands out to me the most here.
Yeah, because when you take a look at the Spell Druid archetype as a whole, right, you're taking a look at using your ramp cards to build up to being able to pull off those big combos in most cases. And when we say that, we're looking at using your Glowfly Swarm or something like that, which interestingly enough is not a card that's in this version of the Spell Druid either.
Yeah, that is a little bit interesting. I think, again, that speaks to the Malygos there. So it's just, you're really relying on Ysera, Malygos, and the exotic mount sellers as your win conditions. Maybe Edelweiss was expecting some other Druid as well, or some tech cards. People have been playing like Waste Wardens in their decks, which deals 3 damage to a minion and all of the minions of that same type, which just destroys a board of Glowfly Swarm, as well as Flick in Rogues. So there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, especially because Brookworm is running a rogue, right?
Which we see here.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I believe this one is more of the... There's 2 variants right now for Galakrond Rogue. There's more of kind of like the stealth package, and then you also have a little bit of kind of the other arc. I think this is more of the stealth package, and we're going to be seeing the Rogue on the board as we get into our first game here.
Yeah, exactly. And we see some of that stealth package there that you were talking about. And honestly, from Brookworm's side of the board here, we do have some of these key cards in the deck. Picking up that Togwaggle and this Kronks here on this turn. Going to have to generate a little bit of lackeys to kind of get there, but those are really some key cards that Rogue is looking for.
Yeah, especially when you take a look at, how the deck functions, you really want to be able to bring those lackeys up to trigger those combos that you have as a part of the package. Like, it's not only stealth, but it's also just kind of like the keyword for Rogue, right? Is combo, combo, combo.
Right. And lackeys and draw 0. I mean, before the nerfs right now. But on Edelweiss's side, we did see that early Corsair cache, which is really nice. But, again, talking about lackeys, picked up that Lance and did not find the Ankar from that. So with that warrior deck, you're looking to pick up that Ankar. You're trying to draw your pirates with the skippers, and you're trying to draw into your kind of combo turns. Edelweiss does have a skipper already in hand, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, getting some really nice early value here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a good sight to see if you're the warrior, especially when you missed out on the value of drawing the Ankar, right? And so you can't get your pirates from within the deck to thin it out and make it easier for you to get the cards that you actually need. On Brookworm's side, though, Seal Fate coming out, and we're invoking this Galakrond really early and pretty heavily, might I add.
Yes, which is going to be good because, again, we have that Brookworm has that Kronks in hand, so looking to get that Galakrond out and get it online as soon as possible.
Switching back over to Edelweiss's board, because it is going to be her turn. There's a couple of options that I see here, especially because we're getting into your turn 5, 6, and 7, and definitely looking at maybe putting down the Armor Smith and trying to get some value from that. But also there's kind of the other vein of play, which is just kind of way to be able to really combo that with like your risky skipper turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Edelweiss might go for that skipper here. Wondering, though, she might want to go with the Bomb Wrangler over, I just don't see a way that she's getting a lot of value from the Armor Smith this turn. This way, she really gets on board. And against the Rogue doesn't really have a lot of AoE removal and ways to deal with a wide board, so going out on board wide with this Bomb Wrangler is a lot better, I think, against the Rogue.
Ooh, especially because you're getting max value here already from that Bomb Wrangler, getting a chance to buy yourself 2 boom bots, and it really puts Brookworm in an awkward position. You draw the Edwin Van Cleef, but what are you going to be able to combo with that, especially when you're kind of looking at that Kronks on turn 6 to get the Galakrond on turn 7?
Yeah, and as well, it's a little bit tricky against Warrior because they damage their own things. So this other Seal Fate in hand is a little bit tricky right now, too, because Brookworm might not want to use that on the bomb. She can use it on Edelweiss's face, but unfortunately just at 5 mana, using using that right now is not very productive. So it looks like she is going to take a different path here, going with these lackeys, trying to generate a lot of value, and probably going to go with that big Edwin.
Yeah, I gotta find a lot of value from that. Already playing 3 cards. That's going to add quite a bit to this Edwin. You can Shadow Step it again.
Oh
I
my
missed a
gosh.
second Shadow
Yeah.
Step in hand to be able to play another copy of Draconic Lackey. So not only are you drawing a ton of dragons, but this Edwin Van Cleef's going to be really, really scary to deal with.
Yeah. Although we do see on Edelweiss's side, though, that execute.
Mm-hmm.
So might be pretty easy to just play something out. We'll probably attack face first and play another minion out on the board to damage that Edwin and then just execute it. So very easy answer from Edelweiss to deal with that large Edwin that Brooke spent a lot of the turn really building up to last turn.
Well, because like when you think about the Shadow Steps, like it's great to be able to pair it with the Edwin Van Cleef, but I feel like this Shadow Step gets so much value from other cards that are within the Galakrond Rogue deck too. So now both of them are gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that Shadow Step on a Kronks or a Togwaggle can be the difference between a lethal or not, or a little bit of healing. Kronks can offer 5 damage to the opponent hero and 5 healing to your own face. So a little bit of healing potential or board removal that Rogue just doesn't really have. So being able to Shadow Step a Kronks and use it a second time can make a huge difference in some of these matches too.
Absolutely. Ooh,
Yeah.
very interesting turn there for Edelweiss. That's quite a bit of value too that you're getting. I don't know if there is really a better turn right now to use that Terran.
No, that was definitely a really good setup. And the hard thing for Brookworm here is that if she clears that, then basically she's just giving Edelweiss a bigger board that she's going to struggle to deal with. Mm-hmm. So she doesn't really want to kill that off either, but she wants to put stuff out on her board. And if she makes her board too big, Edelweiss can just simply trade in and kill it off. So now Brookworm really has to decide which direction she wants to take this. And
yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it is just that turn 6 Kronks like you had mentioned before. I think that's a pretty solid play on its own. Just get to that Galakrond and see if you can draw into a little bit more, for free and get some more value out of your deck.
Yeah, looks like Brookworm's actually going to go with the Dragon Maw Skystalker, though, just kind of going for another big minion, knowing that like you can't necessarily play your Galakrond for full value, even if you are playing the Kronks. We haven't seen all of the invokes come through just yet, but that's buying so much value for Edelweiss, just being able to smack the Terran into that Skywing.
Yeah. This is definitely a lot of value coming out from Edelweiss here. And, from Brookworm's side, though, sometimes you can't rely completely on getting a ton of value from that Galakrond. But we'll see. Maybe if this game ends up going really long, if Brookworm can find a way to stabilize against this board, she can get more value out of her Galakrond in the long run. But it's looking a little sketchy right now. This board is pretty scary.
Not even just the board, but did you see that the card draw just come through as well?
Yeah.
With that was just so much value, and that's kind of the power of this warrior deck in specific, is that risky skipper. Being able to damage everything gives you maximum card draw potential. So Brookworm kind of in this position of, we can invoke our Galakrond, but is it too little too late knowing what Edelweiss has put on the board?
Yeah, and the Kobold Lackey is definitely not a bad pickup here. I wonder if she was looking for maybe Titanic Lackey to give one of her minions taunt, just to help prevent some of this damage coming through. But yeah, this is definitely a little bit of a tricky spot for Brookworm.
Brookworm is able to get rid of 2 minions on Edelweiss's board, though, especially the big threat. And so I think that's where the Evasive Whirlwind was able to really come into play and be helpful. But I think that's why maybe she was looking for that Titanic Lackey, recognizing that would have been a really nice wall to put in between her face.
And actually, I think this is going to be lethal here. Edelweiss is just going to attack with everything, and she can play out the Grommash, and the Risky Skipper will trigger and just have lethal. Yeah. So, Brookworm not finding a taunt, and Edelweiss picking up that Grommash on the previous turn. Definitely good for Edelweiss there.
Yeah, so Edelweiss going to take game 1 and is on match point. Just as a reminder for those watching, we are playing a best of 3 conquest, which means that both of these players need to win with 2 of their decks in order to make it on to the next round. And so Edelweiss, now winning with the Aggro Warrior, has the Spell Druid and the Galakrond Rogue left. So, or it's a...
I'm wondering if we
priest.
might have had... Which side of the board they were on backwards?
No, I just
Or
forgot that there
deckless?
was a priest in the mix.
well, looking at Edelweiss's decks, I'm showing Priest, Druid, and Warrior. Oh, she won with the Warrior, yes. Okay. I was looking at the list backwards. My mistake.
So
there.
we
Yes.
both got confused. But yeah, there's
Yeah.
a priest on both sides, and I just completely forgot about the priest, and I threw the Galakrond Rogue into the mix anyway when I was writing everything down. So to correct myself and to unconfuse everybody watching, Edelweiss did just win with the Aggro Warrior and now has the Spell Druid and the Priest left.
Yes.
I mean, I almost kind of want Edelweiss to go with the Druid because we've been talking it up this entire time about it, how it does have that Malagos in there. So that would be really interesting to see.
And it's a little bit interesting, too. If Edelweiss thinks that Brookworm will just bring that Rogue again, Druid tends to do very well against Rogue. So if she expects Brookworm to stick with that Rogue, we might see that Druid come through.
Malagos is always just a fun card to me. Like that that's kind of like the best part of the deck list to me is just that Malagos has so much burst damage potential, and you get to see these huge combos, which is something that has always kind of been a part of Druid, but just like in such a magnificent fashion. Like there's no other hero that can kind of do it the same.
Yeah, it's really kind of come and gone out of the meta over the years, but with this kind of Dragon Druid spell list, we're seeing it in full force. So yeah, it would be really exciting to see that next, and we'll see if she does bring that. Demon Hunter lines up pretty well into Priest and Druid, I would say. The Demon Hunter can be really aggressive, and if Brookworm brings that and gets out on the board really early, she can just pressure those decks down really quickly. So we might see Brookworm switch over to the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, that would be a really good choice. And something that I really just like about the Demon Hunter is how it's still stayed relevant over all of the different ways that we've seen this deck list kind of run the gambit ever since its inception, right? I love that you kind of have to adjust the place. Tempo Demon Hunter to me is probably one of the more nuanced decks that you can play, especially one of the more nuanced aggro decks. Like it's definitely not one that's like just autopilot, right? There's so many different micro decisions that you have to make when you're actually deciding how to mulligan for the deck and you know what the game plan is going to be based on what you're seeing. So I think it's also very versatile and would be a great choice for Brookworm to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are multiple cards from Demon Hunter that we talked about those nerfs coming. Demon Hunter got hit with several nerfs coming up. So I think this, in its current iteration, let's say, it might be the last hurrah for this deck. I expect it won't go away completely after the nerfs next week, but it'll be different when we see it.
So maybe we'll get a chance to see some Druid, maybe get a chance to see some Demon Hunter. But what about that Priest? I think when we take a look at the deck lists for both of these players, there's a card that sticks out to me on Brookworm's deck list, which is going to be that Imprisoned Homunculus. So I mean there's a couple of differences there, but that's kind of the big one for me. And the fact that we actually see also Murozond the Infinite as a part of this one, they're just like slightly different versions of each other.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it looks like with this, I would say Edelweiss brought. Well, they're both kind of the cube priest, I would say, is kind of the new style. But yeah, definitely some different tech choices in here. And I wonder with bringing that homunculus from Brookworm, along with, like you mentioned, the Murozond and Skeletal Dragon, whereas we don't see any of those choices in Edelweiss's list, Brookworm might have been expecting a little bit more aggro with putting in those more taunts and just a little bit way to generate more of a board and play things out that your opponent has played. But Edelweiss may be expecting a little bit slower matchups. And I think it's interesting because I think they teched against what they brought in a way, because Brookworm, I'd say, brought the more aggressive lineup overall. And it looks like she kind of teched to also face against more aggro decks. And Edelweiss kind of brought slower, more combo style decks, and it looks like she teched to face against slower combo style decks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like when you're preparing for a tournament, you do have to kind of think about what do you think other players are going to bring, because that's where you have those tech choices come into play, and that's also where you make those little decisions about, you know, how am I going to beat the mirror, or how am I going to beat the rest of the field. So it is interesting that you bring up that point that we do see Brookworm kind of going for more of the same of those aggro style decks, and then Edelweiss slowing things down a lot. But you know, when you take a look at that, do you think that's going to play a role in who takes this series?
You know, for me, it does look a little bit favored for Edelweiss. And also looking at her warrior, we did see her take the win already with the warrior list. She was only running one armor smith, which is interesting that we did see that. We did see that in her hand in that match, but she didn't even need it against the rogue. The warrior is really set up against Demon Hunter, so we might go to a game 3 in this match, but overall, I feel like Edelweiss is probably a little bit more favored, especially after taking game 1, that getting the first game feels a lot more important, I would say, overall for the lineups. So I'm curious to see which decks they bring for game 2.
Yeah, our predictions are maybe the Druid, maybe the Demon Hunter. That's kind of what the predictions are, but we won't know until we actually get into the game what these players have decided to bring. But yeah, so we can speculate all we want, but we won't know until it actually happens. But you know, let's talk a little bit more about Supergirl Gamer Pro as a whole, right? So something that I'm really excited about is that, you know, since 2007, the Supergirl Gamer Pro series has been the only large-scale all-female action sports competition and lifestyle series in the world. It was developed as a celebration of female strength, independence, and empowerment, and the platform has grown into a series of inspirational festivals centered around proving social, athletic, cultural, educational, business, and entertainment opportunities for young women in male-dominated industries where they're typically underrepresented. So it's something that I think can be really interesting and impactful, specifically for the gaming industry, because it is very male-dominated. So we kind of go back to what we talked about at the top of the broadcast, where this is providing an opportunity for maybe those players that this is their first time competing in an event, but it's the place that they feel safest competing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking on the Supergirl, it's like you mentioned, I mean, there's just so much involved with it. They have surfing, skating, in addition to gaming as well. The gaming was added just a few years back. So even before then, they were really creating a space for women to compete in a broad aspect of different competitions.
Yeah, speaking of those gaming competitions that we're going to have for the next 9 weeks of play, it's going to be from July 10th, so we had a couple broadcasts already happen for League of Legends and CSGO, to September 6th, where all three of the titles that we've covered this weekend are going to be reappearing again and again, and each week is a different week. So if you missed your opportunity to play in the first week, you have an opportunity to play in the next one. Don already covered the point system, that you can earn points based on your placement for each of the tournaments each week, which will accumulate into earning you a spot into the championships October 3rd to 4th in San Diego, California. So make sure you go register. It's completely free. So if you're not doing anything, you may as well come sign up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the times are all consistent, so you know when it's going to happen every single week. And the cool thing about the 3 different games is that CSGO is on Friday nights, League of Legends on Saturday nights, and Hearthstone on Sunday nights. So tons of gaming to watch and be a part of all weekend long.
Yeah, I've already got a chance to catch a couple of the broadcasts from this week's, and Dragon Rider and I are just going to be finishing off the weekend with the rest of the broadcast of today for Hearthstone. But if you've missed out on any of the action, then go follow us on socials. We've got Facebook and Twitter at SG Gamer Pro. That is Facebook and Twitter at SG Gamer Pro. So make sure you go follow us there. And to go actually sign up for these competitions, head over to our website. www.supergirlgamerpro.com is where you can find all the information on when these tournaments are and how to register.
Yeah,
so make sure you tell your friends and come join us.
Yes. Follow, like, subscribe, whatever it is. Get over there, do it. It's completely free to support, and who knows what you'll find. Maybe you'll find a new friend.
Yeah, that is. I mean, we've seen a lot of players in the Discord just kind of looking for teammates. So even if you don't have teammates for CS:GO and League, teams might be looking. So you may as well, find your way into our Discord and find a team for yourself. But speaking of support, can't be here without our amazing sponsors. Thank you so much to Zenny Gaming, to Nissan, the United States Air Force, United States Marine Corps, ASA Entertainment, and GameStop for even giving us the opportunity to be here to put on the Supergirl Gamer Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's amazing that so many of these sponsors are getting involved in gaming as well as traditional sports. That really shows that there is an interest and people want to see others succeed. That's a really great feeling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is about it is the games that we're playing are actually pretty team-based. Like, even Hearthstone, you don't think about it from that perspective, but there's a lot of teams that field Hearthstone players that collaborate together, that think about their deck lists, that prepare for tournaments together, practice through co-op and things like that. So, there's a lot of different cooperative skills that you can learn from participating in games like this, which is really, really great feeling.
Oh, absolutely. And it's amazing to be able to learn from other players and watch other players as well. Just to, even though it is, a 1v1 type game, you're only playing as yourself against one other person, but just connecting with other players, talking about feedback and different lines of play, there's so much growth that individual people can have by interacting with each other and learning from each other. So definitely, even though it is a 1v1 game, there is tons of potential to interact with other people.
Yeah, making some new friends and maybe even some new rivalries by playing in today's tournament, right? Just for anybody that's tuning in now, we're in the middle of our very first series, just waiting for the second game to start between Edelweiss and Brookworm. Edelweiss has a 1-0 lead at the moment in this best of 3 conquest, winning with the Egro Warrior deck, leaving her with 2 other choices to maybe take that match point with. But Brookworm has a lot of options going forward in terms of what she can do to put her decks on the board and get her maybe a win here in this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talked about that Demon Hunter that can just really get on the board fast. Really just powerhouse in those early turns if it draws well. But she is running a fairly low curve in this tempo deck, so I'd imagine that wouldn't be too difficult, hopefully. And I really like the inclusion of the 1 Amani Berserker and 2 Bone Chewer Brawlers in the list. They work really well with those Guardian Og Merchants to give them a Divine Shield and give them that kind of plus attack when they are damaged effect. So for even more damage.
Yeah, this one can also be pretty bursty too. And just like that, we're going to be getting into our second game of the day. It looks like we are pretty far along, and Edelweiss actually going to go ahead and just take the series right here and now with that Malagos.
Wow. Well, we didn't see what happened, but we didn't need to. We just saw that finishing move there, and just like that, yeah, Edelweiss takes the series 2-0.
All right, well, there you have it. Edelweiss is going to go ahead and move on in the bracket. Congratulations to her. But Brookworm's not going home empty-handed. There are multiple tournaments that Brookworm can participate in, and she's still taking home points as a part of this circuit. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see Brookworm again next week. But we're going to be taking a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to have our first game of round of 8. So hopefully we'll see you then.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
everybody, and welcome back to Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Nekra, joined again by Dragon Rider. And before we took that break, we got a chance to see our very first game of round 1 between Edelweiss and Brookworm. And while we missed most of game 2, let's speculate a little bit about maybe what happened to get to a point where Edelweiss was able to win with that Malygos Druid. So just in case anybody missed it, we had Brookworm with the Galakrond Priest, and then Edelweiss brought that Spell Druid with the Malygos package.
Yeah, and looking at like HS replay and the stats, even at like legend rank, you can look at the stats between different matchups, and the Priest and Druid match are pretty close together. So with those, it's really important on how the draws pan out over the course of the game. And I'm wondering if the Priest just didn't draw a lot of tools to build big things on the board, because generally Druid doesn't have a lot of ways to answer single big minions or 2 big minions. It can do a little bit better against wider boards of smaller things with some of the tools that it has in the deck to go wide and answer, 3 health minions. But when you get big things on the board, if Brookworm as the Priest wasn't able to kind of play off of Psyche Split and build things up, maybe she just couldn't get there, and the Druid just didn't have to worry about removing big things and could do its own thing.
Yeah, so that's really interesting that you say that, because given the deck lists that Brookworm had brought, and we kind of talked about like what the Spell Druid offers as a part of the matchup against Brookworm's decks, Spell Druid kind of always had a really, really good option against what Brookworm was running, right? Whether it was going to be that Galakrond Rogue coming back out, Tempo Demon Hunter, really good matchup for the Druid, and then that coin flip for the Galakrond Priest, right? So maybe that was a really safe choice for Edelweiss, and it obviously ended up working out for her and in her favor. So that's super exciting. But we're going to be getting into our next match of the day and our round of 8, so 8 players remaining in the tournament. And it looks like it's going to be Edelweiss versus Revi. And I'm particularly excited about this one because Revi is a repeat player in the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series, playing in 2017 and 2019. And super excited to see them back for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see that a series like this that runs over multiple years, you see these repeat players, and it'll be interesting to see the past, results for Revi versus how they do this year.
Yeah, I'm super excited to kind of see how that's going to play out as well. As a reminder for those of you that are maybe just tuning in or didn't get a chance to hear this before, we are playing a 9-week online series leading up to the championships that are going to be happening in California on October 3rd to 4th. So anyone can participate. Any woman can participate in these tournaments, and we encourage you to do so. Go to www.supergirlgamerpro.com in order to find out all the details about all of these tournaments and how you can participate and be a part of them.
Absolutely. Looks like we have some deck lists here for each of the players as well. So for Revi, looks like some different decks than we saw before. This is a pretty exciting Highlander Hunter, Highlander Mage, and a Tempo Demon Hunter. And then Edelweiss, again, like we saw with that kind of Cube Priest, the Malygos Druid, and that Egg Warrior.
Yeah, so we got a chance to see Edelweiss's decks on tap already, but I'm so curious. Dragon Rider, Highlander? This is not what I expected in the meta at all.
Oh, yes, ma'am. This is... I love it. Personally, I've also been bringing Highlander Hunter and Highlander Mage with a third deck to the Master Tour qualifiers that have been going on through the actual official, Blizzard paths. But yeah, to me, this lineup here, Highlander Hunter, Highlander Mage, Tempo Demon Hunter, is going to do really well into the Priest and the Druid. It's a little bit interesting, though, because this format, like we've mentioned, it's a best of 3 conquest, but there is no ban. So unfortunately for Revy might want to be banning this warrior from Edelweiss, but is unable to do that. So might struggle against the warrior there. And from Edelweiss, we might see that warrior come out first again, because that warrior can do pretty well against all of these decks.
And warrior is an archetype that Edelweiss is very, very comfortable with. So it wouldn't surprise me at all, especially when we are playing in this more unique format for Hearthstone, to kind of see that come through. And guess what? We do have the aggro warrior for Edelweiss, and Revy is bringing the Highlander mage. So very interesting for our game 1, that we're going to see Edelweiss start off really early with a Sky Raider, just to kind of get something on the board. And maybe this is a good opportunity for Revy to slow things down with a Doomsayer turn, or just go ahead and start pinging away at the Sky Raider.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Doomsayer here is actually pretty bad in this matchup. And we actually see it in hand. The reason that Doomsayer is bad in this matchup is because of the Warmaul Challenger, which attacks a minion basically for free. It's going to deal damage. It only has 1 attack, but the Doomsayer with a 0 attack itself, the Warmaul Challenger just destroys that Doomsayer without the Doomsayer ever going off. So
yeah, that
for Revy,
gives
it's
you
not
just
good.
a free Warmaul, right?
Yeah, but that Rampage is pretty nice.
Ooh, yeah. Rampage is probably one of my favorite cards to play with in the Aggro Warrior deck, just because you're already dealing so much damage to your own minions. But a 4/4 on turn 2, how do you deal with that if you're going to be Revy?
Yeah, this is probably just the best bet here. Get something on board. Hope that there's a trade-in, and then you can ping it off next turn to finish it. But again, that Warmaul Challenger that I just talked about last turn, gonna really just clear that off the board.
Yeah, the Warmaul Challenger is such a good card. I think in this matchup specifically, not just against the Doomsayer either, but you can see how effective it can really be to just allow your damage to push forward if you are that warrior. And now I feel like Revy is in a really, really awkward spot. Like, might even be forced to use that Frost Nova here, but we'll see that Ice Barrier come through as a secret instead.
Yeah, I think that the Ice Barrier here is just fine. You're just wanting to slow down this damage. You're going to want to use that Frost Nova later with the Doomsayer. So I like the combo of those two. And just getting this, basically, preventing 8 damage this turn is fine. I think for Revy, though, Revy really needs to draw into something like Dragon Caster to play on turn 6 and get like a free Power of Creation and really just get on board. That's going to be one of the only hopes, I think, for Revy here at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Dragon Caster is definitely going to have to be kind of the out here, especially because, ooh, are we going to see a value Bomb Wrangler here? I think we are, and that actually just makes the board a little bit juicier for this Frost Nova. But then what do you have kind of following up after that? Wait a minute, I even missed rolling. Yeah, I think Frost Nova has to come out here.
Yeah, I definitely like this here. The Rolling Fireball is just, unfortunately, too awkward against this board. There's too much health on the board for the Rolling Fireball to clear everything. And yeah, but this was a really nice setup by Edelweiss to really go into this next turn and get some value out of the board.
Yeah, because that executes in hand too.
Yeah.
Man. We're getting a chance to see Warrior do Warrior things once again.
Oh, yeah.
The value of this deck can be absolutely insane when you take a look at kind of how the Risky Skipper is such an integral part of really connecting with the rest of the pieces. And so Revy now definitely can't use Rolling Fireball, but is this Rustied Raider, is that going to be enough?
It's probably not going to be enough, but it's really probably the best there is. Rolling Fireball really can kind of help clear up some of the board. If Revy uses it from the left side on that Sky Raider, kind of goes across, But again, that still leaves the Skipper and Armorsmith on the other side to just do more shenanigans next turn. So it's really kind of a tough spot either way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when you're taking a look at what's on board right now, Rolling Fireball can go ahead and get rid of some of the damage that's on board, but Armorsmith finds so much value from it. You're also getting a chance to explode the Boom Bot, and that was 4 damage to face. That's a very big high roll.
Now, one thing to note here, in this matchup, that armor, the armor gain off of the Armorsmith really is not as important against the mage. You're looking for that armor against more aggressive decks, but against something like the Highlander mage, even if the warrior builds up a lot of armor, it's really not going to make as much of a difference because the mage can really get wide on board and kind of just run the warrior out of resources a little bit. So if Revy can make it to this late game, find kind of these end game resources, like Zephyrus can help for sure. Amazing Reno to clear the board, get armor, puzzle box. There's a lot of resources. And so gaining the armor, not as important. But at least from Revy's perspective here, finally kind of stabilizing on board a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's definitely not over yet by any means. I've seen some incredible comebacks happen with Highlander mages before, and based on the caliber of player that Revy is, like I kind of expect nothing less from potentially being able to come through. Zephyrus is definitely going to be a really nice out to have in hand. But when you take a look at what Edelweiss is able to do, kind of already expended a lot of resources, and even though there's quite a bit of burst damage in hand with the Corcoran Elite and the Gromish, and the Bloodsworn Mercenary for that matter, you got to get through this taunt first.
Right. And one thing to note there is that with that Gromosh coin, Edelweiss actually can play out the Gromosh and copy it in the same turn. So I really like the use here of playing out this Corcoran to kind of get out on the board initially and then maybe find a Gromosh coin combo. But picking up the Skipper also allows for that Gromosh to get activated and be 10 more damage to face.
It's a little bit of a cleaner way to do it without maybe saving the coin. Well, actually, at this point, like what? You could just put out Gromish next turn. So Revy has to use a Zephyrus and find something really, really big here in order to stop that combination from happening. Holy Nova might do it here in order to at least deal with the damage that's on board and heal up out of range of this Gromish. But how do you deal with it after that?
Yeah, after that, it's going to be a little tricky. Oh, no, finds the other.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this Edelweiss is really just setting up for that big swing lethal potential here. I'm not even sure if Revy using something like the Alexstrasza is going to be enough. Potentially using Power of Creation for some taunts? That might have to be one of the only outs here.
Yeah, I mean, you could go ahead. Well, Risky Skipper might not stay around with the Zephyrus on board. But yeah, I think you have to Power of Creation something and hope for a taunt. I think you're right. That's kind of the only way around it. But Heroic Strike pickup here for Edelweiss, that kind of sets up a just extra burst damage for if something comes through like the Alexstrasza.
All right. Oh, unfortunately, no taunts.
No.
That is not what you're looking for.
No, you can destroy a taunt, but I think that's not really what you're looking for either. So, but I mean, still 2 5/6s on board. That would be really, really good if there wasn't the potential for lethal to be available with the Gromish and Risky Skipper combo.
Yep, absolutely. And we're gonna see Edelweiss play that out here and take that first game.
Yeah, honestly, something that's been obviously like a pattern with how we've seen Edelweiss play with this warrior is just brilliant setup and brilliant understanding of the win condition at hand. And that's something that is a very difficult skill to learn in Hearthstone. And I think that's like a really great example of kind of how to kind of use these decks that require all of that setup and get it right.
Absolutely. And I do want to point out, too, that Edelweiss's warrior list is only running one Kor'kron Elite. Some lists run two, but with this egg variant, generally it's only running one. So that use of the Kor'kron and making a copy of it to get a value trade and try to stick a board was very thought out by Edelweiss that game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Revy, though, like I'm not counting them out of this series yet because I feel like they just got a little unlucky with the draws that they ended up getting for the mage, right? And that's something that I feel like, that's the game of Hearthstone, but it is unfortunate that was what happened. But Revy going to try again with the Highlander mage, but Edelweiss is bringing that priest.
Some definitely interesting looking hands here for each player. I'm not sure as Revy if any of this you really want to keep in your opening hand. This is probably all going to go.
Mulligan it away. Well, oh wait,
What?
keeps the Reno and the Doomsayer in this matchup. Huh.
Ooh, picking up the Dragoncaster too.
I kind of don't mind it, especially because this is a matchup against the Galakron Priest. Like, that you're going to be going a little bit longer in the game. So, like, you should be able to build up to those bigger turns where, like, the Amazing Reno is going to have to be a necessary part of your win condition.
Sure. There is also the potential for, because the game will go long, to just be able to draw into the Amazing Reno later in the game. So we'll see if it ends up working out.
Yeah. And now what to do if you're Revy? You're starting to get into the turns where the cards that you've drawn are going to be playable. Like, especially looking at the Dragoncaster, I feel like is the card that we were kind of missing as like the comeback piece for that first game. But do you go ahead and just ping this off here, or do you play the overconfident Ogre? It's kind of a tough decision to make.
Yeah, I really just like removing as much as possible from Priest's board because of these potentials to buff and copy. And honestly, this Hench Clan sneak, this is not very common in the meta right now. We don't really see a lot of this, but we see double sneaks here in the list for Edelweiss, and I love this inclusion. It really sets up for these Grave Runes, Psyche Split, Apotheosis. There's just so many things that you can use with these that, because they're stealthed, your opponent really isn't going to have a chance to remove them before you get to play those cards onto them.
Yeah, some really, really good combo pieces to have as a part of this priest list. Do you play the dragon next turn if you're Revy? I guess it depends on what you draw into for your hand, but so much setup. Like I feel like that's just kind of Edelweiss's calling card, right? is setting up these big turns and making sure the board's gonna stick. And I feel like that's definitely gonna be hard to kind of get through.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Revy, we're talking about playing that Malygos here on 5, but you do need to have a dragon in hand for that to be active. So it's just a tempo play if you play right now, and that does not feel very good. You really want to get that value off of it. The Mana Saber is really probably just kind of the best play here, it seems like. Just get something out that hopefully the priest can't deal with, and you get to go into something better next turn with that Dragoncaster and a big spell.
Yeah. Oh, but see, this is what you were talking about. Psyche Split to be able to get another copy. And when these two die, the death rattle means that there's going to be two more of them on the field.
Yeah, it's going to make it really awkward for Revy to deal with. But I do like this Flame Ward pickup.
Mm-hmm.
It will deal with the 3/3s that come out after they die. But again, that's also setting Edelweiss up to continue to put more buffs or something on them to play around that. So maybe we just see that Dragon Caster come down this turn. If you're playing that Dragon Caster, though, you probably play the Puzzle Box. And I'm not sure if that's what you want to be doing here. It might just be the play. Oh no.
Do you have to temple it? No, Dragon Caster.
All right, we're going to see the box. What shenanigans are going to come out of this one?
This is my favorite card in the entire game because of what ends up coming out. But, okay, we see a Breath of Dreams. Oh, Metamorphosis. That's actually pretty good. Mana Burn might actually play a pretty big role here, too. Some of these Tempo Demon Hunter cards coming into play. But this is a pretty good box. I've got to say, I've been pretty impressed so far with, maybe not that one, actually, with the Divine Shield going onto your opponents.
Right. Oh, no.
But, the Metamorphosis can clean that up for you.
Yeah. And it actually worked out pretty well for Revy, getting that early ramp and draw, because there is a dragon in hand, so that breath actually gave Revy an additional mana to use, which works out pretty nicely for that deep freeze and getting to that amazing Reno a turn earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely does. That's going to help out Revy a lot. And, kind of what I expected, right? It mattered to hold on to the amazing Reno in the mulligan. And, you and I were kind of scratching our heads at that one, but it kind of is starting to make a little bit more sense, given the fact that we knew this game was going to be going on just a little bit longer to be able to get to those turns. But the puzzle box certainly helps for sure.
Absolutely, yes. And the Dragon Caster really was the big key card there. Having the Dragon Caster and a dragon and a big spell to get out early in the game really can make a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, and the Arcane Intellect too, right off the top. I feel like that's going to be pretty impactful. But stands to reason that even though this has been good for Revy so far to be able to work up to the amazing Reno, there's still a decent health pool on the board for Edelweiss, especially when you consider those death rattles.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, no dragon picked up yet for Revy, so that Malygos just can't find anything. You can find a polymorph, you can find board freezes, which would help a lot against this board right now, and just not able to even have that as a possibility.
Yeah, that does put Revy in a really awkward spot, but
I wonder if
here's that Flame Ward play maybe coming through.
I wonder if it would have been better to actually use that Metamorphosis hit on the 4/5 and then use this hero power that's now available to ping the 4/1 and set this up, because this way Revy took a little bit more damage from hitting into that, having to hit into that to clear it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that would have been a little bit better to clear off the 4/5, because then you could have just pinged away.
Yeah.
But did you have enough mana to also set up the secret too? I think you did.
Yeah. Maybe? I could be off on the mana, and maybe that's why Revy had to play it that way.
Yeah, so many decisions that you have to make in the game, and they all happen quickly sometimes, and sometimes without you noticing, because there's so many different avenues that players could take, right? Especially when you're watching the game, you might be saying, well, you have a lot of cards in your hand that are 8 mana, right? Play on curve or something like that, but sometimes you actually have to really think about those small interactions of whether or not you're going to have enough to kind of set up for the play and the game plan that you want to have. But I really think that this Siamat was smart from Edelweiss. The Rush Divine Shields choice really sets this the Wind Fury Divine Choice, I think, really sets us up for kind of the end. You can freeze it now, but the Divine Shield is kind of the important one, especially when you know that the Flame Ward is there.
Yeah, and I think this kind of board state is speaking to exactly why Revy kept the Amazing Reno. Just stall a little bit, have these board clears. If Edelweiss attacks face, that secret will trigger and clear a lot of the board. And potentially Edelweiss can try to refill some, or just doesn't attack and keeps all of this on board. And then Revy just goes right into that Amazing Reno next turn.
Yeah, that's really heads up play from Revy, just kind of setting that up of like, yeah, you can clear my board, but then you're not going to have one next turn. So definitely heads up from Revy for sure. And really giving them footing in this game again, where it was starting to look like Edelweiss had a little bit of the edge when Revy wasn't drawing those dragons, but we've got dragons now.
Yeah.
And we're at 10 mana.
Yeah. And there's a lot in Edelweiss's hand that really just, you need a board to play it, or, that Soul Mirror in hand doesn't really do anything if Revy doesn't have anything on board. So kind of really reactive cards.
Ooh, Psychopomp, though. That could be huge. What does that give you?
Ooh, that with the Reborn is not bad.
Yeah, I mean, pretty high likelihood that you were going to get one of those. But I definitely think that the Reborn makes this minion a lot stickier, especially when you think about kind of why it's in the deck, right? We've already talked about it a little bit, but now you have another form of Reno that might show an appearance here.
What would make us rich?
Couple ways to clear. Looks like Revy has really been kind of playing into that, just hoping that Edelweiss sends something into face here to trigger that secret. So I'm curious how long Revy plans on continuing with that strategy. But gonna go for a clear.
That clear, maybe even. I saw that hover over the Doomsayer, but I'm like, maybe not yet. I don't know how much value, honestly, Doomsayer is going to get in this matchup.
It really could get some value later, but it really needs to be paired with a freeze. But yeah, there is a decent amount of removal from Edelweiss with things like the Time Rips and even just Galakron. If Revy ends up freezing a board and kind of just having Doomsayer or potentially Doomsayer and one other thing, that Galakron can just clear it out regardless.
Well, here's that Imprisoned Vile Fiend. Oh, ooh, that is an interesting choice. Do you heal yourself or do you heal your minion?
I'm curious if Edelweiss even wants to heal it. Yeah, she's going to use this chance to trigger that secret where there's only one minion on board that would die anyways. Even if she had healed it up, it would still be at 3 health and die from that secret. So looks like kind of just making sure to trigger that when it has the least amount of impact.
Yeah. Ooh, do you finally use Malygos? Is this the Malygos turn, knowing that you have the Twilight Drake to trigger it, or do you set up for something else? There's so many options now that Revy has available to them now that we're later into the game, but I kind of like the power of creation too, but not great choices.
I mean, the Reckless Rocketeer is pretty interesting. Could have let Revy to push 10 damage right now. But I do like these Death Rattles because of Galakron, like we were talking about. You know, I mean, it gets some 1/1s on board, which might not seem super impactful, but it's still a board that the Priest has to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of that, I mean, how does Edelweiss now answer this?
Yeah, I can see the Holy Nova in hand, but that's not going to do enough damage.
I mean, it will on the 1/1s afterwards. I'm wondering if you could just Time Rip Maybe she time rips one of these and then does a Holy Nova. Or just go with Soul Mirror.
Ooh. Sethic? Maybe just see what you get. I don't hate it because I don't really see any other plays right now that would kind of find the value or the answer that Edelweiss is looking for.
Yeah, and with that Sethic, it does specify that you have to target a minion with the spell. You can't just play any spell to get that to trigger. So opting for that removal there.
Ooh.
Trying to get as much value out of the Sethic while it's on board as possible. Oh no.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Oh, one of the downfalls of Reno sometimes is that you just whiff your spells. Like you have a blizzard that doesn't hit, or you get rid of your own board. That you hate to see it.
Yes, Reno does not care what the targets are. If it's your side of the board or theirs, Reno just does his own thing.
That is true.
Right. Another ice barrier. Interesting. Gonna clear off that Sethic. Play out the Alexstrasza. It's a big body. Basically just did 13 damage to Edelweiss. It threatens lethal.
Yeah, that's a lot. It does threaten lethal. Oh.
Or potential lethal.
Ooh.
Soul Mirror.
There's two of them in hand right now, as we got a chance to see. But all of these books.
And this Apotheosis just kind of going to work on negating all of that work that Alexstrasza did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Reno!
Oh, and again, Reno, what are you doing? Isn't that how that's supposed to work?
A lot of options here still. I don't even mind starting with that Malyghost that we've seen in hand. Looking for a board freeze. You can pair the Rolling Fireball with it. Looks like Revy is really kind of looking at the Sayamat here.
Yeah, that's an option for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that 7 health on that Vile Fiend just makes the Sayamat really awkward. Because it's going to guarantee health. Yeah. You might have to. All right. So going to clear off 2. The big thing with healing and one of the 1/1s.
And that's kind of what you wanted to get rid of anyway, because you don't want that healing to come back from all the work that you did with your Alexstrasza. So
absolutely. There's that Polymorph pickup. Pretty nice in preparation for what Edelweiss is going to be looking to do with comboing a minion and the spells.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Here's that Katrina. And I like it. It gets at least one value here. That's another one. Oh.
Yeah. And that stealth just making it really awkward here for Revy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see why it was included in the deck, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, a single spell left in the deck. But at least it's a freeze. It does do a little bit of work here.
Does.
But
it also makes it awkward for that Doomsayer. Remember, we kind of were talking about how the Doomsayer needs to have that freeze with it in order to get the value. But, like, you don't want to destroy your own board.
Yeah. And, the thing with that Pilgrim that was just played last turn is it does play a copy of the spell left in the deck. So that Frost Nova still is left in that very small deck that we see over there on Revy's side. Not very many cards left.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of running out of resources a little bit for Revy. Edelweiss here finding the Kronks, and that just looks like a solid play on its own.
Ooh. And just like that, though, Edelweiss is kind of back up to the health total that we got a chance to see. But, oh,
What a
Eye of the
board.
Storm.
Oh my gosh.
That's how you like Reno to work.
That's a little bit better than the last couple of turns.
Yes.
And it's actually pretty decent against that second Soul Mirror. Just because it would force Edelweiss to trade in a couple of those 1/1s or the smaller bodies first, and then play the Soul Mirror. But makes that Galakron a little bit more awkward.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, yeah. Do you just... no, maybe... I think you have to hold on to the Drake here. Actually, with as little cards as there are left in the deck, there might not be any more dragon-activated cards. I think that's what Revy's thinking about right now, about whether or not to play it.
Absolutely, yeah. I really like these minions, again, like I just talked about with those taunts, but these minions here with the Drake and this Raider, they have that lower attack, higher health, so it makes that Soul Mirror a lot more awkward for Edelweiss.
Mm-hmm.
Because Edelweiss is going to look for that Soul Mirror to really try to clear the board.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to work that way.
No, it's not going to be, like, pretty or easy.
No.
Like, you can use the 1/1s in order to put those elementals in range of getting knocked out by their other half. But then you have to kind of also think about how do you create enough space for the actual Soul Mirror to be able to be played. It's very awkward.
And
let's see if Edelweiss can figure it out.
Yeah. She is definitely a very seasoned player. It really does. This board really makes that Galakron awkward as well, because the Galakron is only going to remove a few of the minions and just leave Revy with a massive amount of damage still on the board.
Yeah. Oh.
But going to try to clear as much as possible with that Soul Mirror.
Honestly does a pretty good job, I gotta say. But that is... Oh.
I think this is just going to be lethal for Revy with Zephyrus. Zephyrus could find...
Power...
No, actually, is it going to be one off? There's 7 on board right now. So Revy needs another 10. A Bloodlust only gets 9.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's exactly... Yeah,
I think it's only 8 damage with a Savage Roar. So, yeah, unfortunately not actually going to be lethal. Not quite enough because of the overload.
Yeah, but Tiamat's a nice choice here. I think Tiamat or Kartuk Defender would actually be like okay choices to put down here.
Yeah.
But you also have to kind of think about too, is this an okay time to push the damage, or do you have to deal with these threats that Edelweiss has presented on board as well?
Yeah, I really like this freeze here. I do kind of like eliminating as much off of the priest board as possible, just because that threat of Apotheosis really gaining back a lot of health and making Revy's lethal potential even more awkward.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I mean, if you're Edelweiss, though, like, how do you deal with the taunts now? Apotheosis can definitely help here, but do you have to hold Nova?
That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Is there enough mana to do the things that you
actually,
want?
Is that a Psyche split in the middle of Edelweiss's hand there? Because you actually can Psyche split your opponent's minions. So it'd be really interesting to see a Psyche split on that Kartuk Defender and put a Kartuk Defender out on Edelweiss's side. not going to do it, though.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, looks like reaching for that Holy Nova. No?
Dark Prophecy.
Okay.
Ooh, charge?
Clears up a little bit here, yeah.
Okay. Edelweiss not out of this one yet either, but Feral Spirit. Revy's getting so lucky with these taunts coming through, but the overload actually feels like it's kind of working against them in this case.
Yeah. This Caligos pickup is pretty nice, though. It's just a matter of if she wants to do it this turn or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she plays that and doesn't find... There's no way to find lethal, because even finding Pyroblast that you can play for 0 mana is still 2 damage short of lethal. So basically you'd have to play the Caligos and bank on getting a board clear or board freeze, which seems a little bit risky. So is there another way that Revy can kind of answer this? That Sayamat, maybe just freezing again?
Yeah. Oh, freezing the...
Yeah, trying to freeze that heal potential from Edelweiss.
For sure. Okay, I like the rush choice.
Mm-hmm.
No
Yeah,
secrets
nothing.
left, though.
Just get that
My
out
deck
of
is
the
so
hand.
thin. Yeah, may as well just kind of get it out of your hand while you still have the mana to do that.
Yeah.
Trying to mathematically calculate what Edelweiss can do here to heal and also get out of lethal range.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you... Sethic again.
Yeah, Sethic
Might give
and-
you something.
I mean, what is it? If you play the Sethic as Edelweiss, does she have to play the Psyche split along with it? And then, I mean, that's already 7
Yeah.
mana spent, so you're hoping to find something cheap that also finds an answer.
And like, what is that answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's your options are so limited in that regard.
Yeah.
Where do you just Galakron and give yourself the armor?
That might
you're
be it.
Galakroning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like killing off one of these smaller taunts so the Galakron can kind of kill the bigger things more likely.
Yeah. Oh, it's just so hard
Hopefully.
to invoke though.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, nice
Yeah.
pulls.
Hits the Sayamat at least. That's something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where-
Oh,
well-
Bane of Doom.
That would have been really great to hit that little blue Gilm.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Then you get. I feel like every time I see Bane of Doom, I always see the big demons come out.
Right?
So, like, I feel like Revy would have gotten a good demon from that for sure. But 8 mana to work with now. Caligos, not an option on the table.
No.
And it's still not lethal with
Wondering-
Zephyrus either.
No. Gonna go for it, though. Okay, the
Ooh.
Blizzard. The Cabal Shadow Priest can steal, what, the Murloc or the Malygos?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really answer.
No, but you stun all of that healing
Yeah.
again with the
Absolutely.
Blizzard and just able
Yeah.
to push all that damage to face. So I feel like that was the best option that Revy could have gone with in that scenario. And
Yeah.
Caligos next turn,
Yep.
potentially just keep cycling through those freezes.
As we'll see if there's more overload that comes out of the Reno at the start of the turn. It wouldn't affect this coming turn, but Edelweiss finding even more healing, just cycling through the healing. wonder if this is another Dark Prophecy.
Yeah.
Not sure. The deck for Revy is just so small. I'm gonna go for that
going
Thought
with
Steal.
the Thought Steal. Ooh, gets the Frost Nova.
Edelweiss trying to find any way she can to just stall this game.
Yeah, but that gives you so much. Oh, too bad you couldn't have gotten the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza from that one. But I feel like the Thought Steal actually gives you so much information about what's left in the deck, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So you can kind of think about what the game plan is, especially when you know what Revy has left is so thin.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, this is what's coming next, and this is kind of what I can prepare for. But, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. So much value.
Oh I'm not even sure. Is this?
Do Varanus here?
Yeah.
And maybe Hope, Reno. Well,
the tricky thing is that Edelweiss still gets that healing from that Drake, regardless. Even if it's set to 1 health, it's still going to get the healing. I'm wondering if you save it to pair maybe with Kaligos, like see what you pull off of Kaligos for a spell, and maybe you find some AoE removal, and then you can play the Varanus AoE.
Yeah, Nixie is still not bad here. Like, Edelweiss is still in a pinch. Even though there's going to be so much healing. This is 16, 27 damage on board. So, Psyche split. Okay. That's a lot of health.
Oh, all right. And a lackey. Ooh. Yeah. I wonder... Maybe not going to go for the lackey. Could evolve that Maligos. That's a 5 and upgrade it into something that's 6 cost. Potentially finding a taunt. But I guess just wants to really remove this damage off board to prevent lethal. That seems a little more important.
Yeah, absolutely. That was 27 damage. That was going to be a lot. So you got to remove a little bit of it. And now it's kind of too bad you don't have the Zephyrs, right? Because this would have been...
You can still find something from Kaligos, though. Pyroblast, Fireball, even a Frostbolt. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, Varanus. Oh, yeah.
I do wonder if going for the Kaligos there for the chance for lethal was something. I'm not sure. Maybe it still would have been a little bit too short, but really just clearing up those minions. So again, clearing that board off of the priest side. Priest is gonna have guards that kind of just can't do much if there's no board. So I like this a lot, just really kind of trying to make sure that Revy stays in this position on board.
Yeah, this is definitely looking really good for Revy. You know, honestly, I feel like I almost would have rather had the taunt stay alive in that one. I don't know, maybe not though.
I'm wondering if the taunt isn't as necessary because of these secrets being up.
That is a good point. Because you do have the ice barrier, which is going to give you just so much extra health that you're going to have to get through.
Right.
Grave Rune, though.
Okay. Hopefully Revy... Well, Revy's probably looking to draw in... did not find the Prime. So... Is this the turn we see the Kaligos?
Maybe not, though, because Frost Nova is not a bad option here because you're still pushing 11 damage to base, and how do you actually, now get rid of this board if you're Edelweiss?
Maybe I'm just really excited about this Kaligos. I just want to see the big dragons come down.
I mean, that's what the deck's all about, so that also excites me, but yeah, I think this makes the most sense here, but ooh.
Interesting.
6 damage on board.
A little bit tricky for Edelweiss because 2 of these minions in hand cost 4. And so she can't do the hero power and play one of those if she doesn't find, a lackey that she wants. So, or a minion. No. I was looking at the lackey in hand, thinking about that. Wow. Did Reno just give Edelweiss's minion taunt?
Yes, it
Reno.
did. Yes, it did, Dragon
All
Rider.
right. Going for the Caligos now. Pyroblast.
Pyroblast.
Finds it. All right.
Oh my gosh, that
Wow.
is game in a very grueling game 2 of this series. That's because I can't even believe that we're still on game 2.
Yes.
Revy finds a way to even up the score with this Highlander mage.
Yeah, ties the... So we're going to go to game 3. We're going to be going to a game 3.
We are going to game 3.
Which, so Revy got the win with the mage, has Highlander Hunter and Tempo Demon Hunter left, and Edelweiss took that win, feels like forever ago, with that warrior, but has the priest and druid left. What are we thinking?
I honestly kind of don't hate... Well, I didn't dislike the Galakrond priest choice, and I don't necessarily hate it here either. Especially if you're gonna go with the... I was gonna say maybe the Demon Hunter, but it's gonna be the Highlander Hunter that comes through here for Revy.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, but we'll see if the Highlander Hunter here can pan out for Revy. Maybe hoping Edelweiss is feeling a little unsure with that priest deck after that previous game. Mental fatigue and feeling down after a loss can affect people mentally. So see how it goes.
Yeah, well, we'll see, but off to a really good start here. Invoking the Galakrond early, which is something that Edelweiss kind of just wasn't able to get off the ground and running earlier on. And I like the tempo Acidic Swamp Ooze here. Revy's not going to find value in this matchup with the battle cry from that ooze.
Absolutely. And for Edelweiss here too, a little bit more of an early curve than we saw last game, I think. So might be set up a little bit to handle the early to mid game.
Yeah, so much damage coming out though. Dwarven Sharpshooter is one of those cards that you really get value in this deck. That's because you've got like really early minions that are very low cost health. So that's definitely something that I feel like Revy is going to be able to kind of take advantage of here. But also I feel like with the Highlander Hunter, one of the things that I really love about the deck is that it's super consistent. And you can kind of see here that Revy's going to be able to push a ton of damage to face and still have a board even when the stealth minion comes to light for Edelweiss.
Absolutely.
But what to do here?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a little awkward because you don't really want to play that Dragonbane out and let Edelweiss clear it. So yeah, just playing out to draw something else and kind of get something on board.
Let's see. Yeah, I feel like the Dwarven Sharpshooter is definitely something that you're kind of looking at. Like, I don't really want you to be able to just, like, have, like, a super ping. And then playing the Holy Nova here is really nice to be able to heal the Fiend right back up and running. But to keep the stealth, I feel like that's kind of the question that Edelweiss has right now because of how valuable that can be with those combo pieces.
Yeah, and I wonder if she's debating about the potential of a Rotna Strike coming down and clearing it, but even if a Rotna Strike comes down, it can only clear one of those 2 minions, so I think just banking on keeping this stealthed and hoping you can get it off next turn is pretty solid.
Yeah. Pretty solid indeed. But I feel like both of these players are playing a little bit faster. Like they kind of understand this matchup really well, is kind of the feeling that I'm getting from this, especially because the Apotheosis early on. And you got a power word shield off of the Sethic that you can use on the Sethic for more spells.
Go ahead and unstealth that this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Debating which minion here, but I like it on the Sethic.
Yeah, I mean, that's your value in this matchup for sure.
Absolutely. And just like I talked about before with one of those rogue games in that previous series, Hunter really only has a few ways to deal with wide boards. So I really like this play from Edelweiss of putting multiple minions out on the board and kind of forcing Revy to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. And like with the Highlander Hunter, there really isn't that many ways that it can deal with a wide board.
Right. I mean, maybe like Varanus and Unleash the Hounds or something, but that's not coming until later. And even on Revy's side, we only see half of that combo right now, so a little bit of a tricky spot.
Oh, you're gonna use the Zixor? Oh man. I mean, at least you get your Zixor Prime, but that doesn't feel good to have to use that combo so early. But you can't let the lifesteal stay on board.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially with the threat of Psyche Split, making a copy of it as well. Oof. So much value here, and all of these are stealth. That is just even more difficult for Revy to deal with.
Yeah. So even if you had the combo, or if you had the mana to pull off the Varanus, Unleash the Hounds combo, like you can't. So what do you do? I see CM out in hand, so that's definitely an option. But like, because of the stealth too, you really can't use Faceless Corruptor either, even if you wanted to put down the Face Stalker to be able to get the second copy.
Gonna clear that Sethic at least, just to try to get rid of Edelweiss's value.
Mm-hmm.
Edelweiss gonna take a look and see what's in Revy's hand. Get that information. Ooh.
Ooh. Dragonbane looks pretty good here.
Looks pretty good. There's not a lot of times in Hunter that the Hunter really ends up going wide. Kind of a lot of good-bodied minions that you're only playing kind of one or two things per turn, so that Dragonbane can really get a lot of value.
Yeah. Now, 8 mana for Revy. Dragonbane, Stormhammer. I mean, the minions are on stealth, so you could use either the Face Stalker or the Primordial Explorer to use Faceless Corruptor, but I think I like this. Yeah, okay, you at least don't hit the Death Rattle.
Right.
I feel like that's the scariest thing on board right now.
How many times has this Galakrond been invoked? Has it only been once? Or was there a second invoke?
No, I mean, one or two, you're kind of still looking at a Galakrond you don't want to use yet. I feel like this is kind of another way that, like, I just as kind of a repeat of that second game where Edelweiss just isn't finding the invoke cards necessary to get that fully invoked.
I'm not even sure if... I feel like Galakrond is fine here, but I think the big thing is that healing. I'm not sure if playing out that Galakrond and creating a new hero power where you're just generating minions is what Edelweiss is looking for right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, didn't hit the Dragonbane on Revi's side of the board, but Revi's at 10 health.
That's a scary life total to be at if you are a hunter.
Yes.
There's just not too many ways that you can really heal back up in this deck.
No.
I feel like Edelweiss kind of ran away with all of that value coming in from this Ethic. So early on, just being able to power word shield it, and then you just continue to find value from those low cost spells coming into hand to be able to buff up your own minions and your other minions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a combination of that plus stealth minions that Revi couldn't deal with, as well as Revi just not really finding the things in the deck to deal with stuff in the first place. It's been kind of an uphill battle here for Revi this whole game.
Yeah, it's just from all that value. And I feel like the Highlander Hunter can be very consistent, and you can play on curve most of the time.
Right.
Revi just hasn't really found the pieces to kind of keep aboard.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to develop it if you're the Highlander Hunter.
And with this, Edelweiss knows exactly what's in Revi's hand. All 3 cards.
Yep.
So, again, kind of like you mentioned that last game, knows what's coming.
Yeah, definitely knows what's coming, that's for sure.
I wonder what... I guess you just take the value from the Stormhammer just to help kind of clear up a little bit. I don't mind it.
So much value from that Holy Nova too, but here's Varanus and Unleash the Hounds, but too little, too late it feels like.
Yeah, I wonder if Revi just starts with this Explorer and sees what the Discover options are here. Oh no. Another Varanus.
Yeah, do you
Try
Primordial
again.
Explorer again? I think you try again.
Okay. These look a little bit better. The Evasive Worm and Dragon Queen. These are both options for next turn, though, so pretty much you just have to make sure that you're going to live. That this Revi's just has to figure out how to stay alive right now to get to that. Debating about killing off the 3-2. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just do. I think you try to avoid the death rattle as long as you can, because that's going to be so much damage. But with 3 damage on board, you have the Apotheosis in hand, and you also have a Stormhammer. Is that's not quite lethal.
The Psyche Split.
Oh, but Psyche
too,
Split, though.
I wonder, Apotheosis on it first and then Psyche Split?
I mean,
not
you
even sure.
have to worry about the explorers that are on board.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be doing this much damage, then...
Yeah. No, I definitely think I like this better. Really just setting up for the lethal next turn. Edelweiss is at so much health that there's really not a lot that Revi can do to try to either counter lethal or block what Edelweiss just put on the board. But maybe there's something from this Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
I was looking at that.
Yeah.
Just as a maybe. Oh, Deathwing? No.
Still dead.
It's not quite enough.
No, yep. Because of that Stormhammer.
Yeah, Murazon's not going to find you healing, and that's exactly what Revi needs right now. Or just an ability to clear off the board, but Deathwing doesn't do it in this case.
No, I mean, even trading into these Death Rattles, playing Deathwing, you're still just dead to that Stormhammer.
Deathwing and then
no.
Morazan. I mean, I like seeing the combo play out here because it's pretty cool, but yeah. Unfortunately.
Yep.
And with that last charge of the Stormhammer, that's going to be Edelweiss taking this 3-game series.
Wow.
So, and moving on to our semifinals. We're already there.
Yeah. That was an intense series. Even as a best of 3, that felt like a very intense series. That was very enjoyable. And I think part of that was we also weren't sure which decks they were going to play because of this no ban format. That made it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, I was definitely on the edge of my seat. I was like, oh, okay, what are these players going to pick? And then, you know, with all of kind of the different elements that are a part of these decks that are kind of just like random elements, right? Like the Reno's coming in for the Highlander Mage, and it made everything really, really exciting. So we got a chance to see a lot in this matchup, but we have more to come. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have another match for you. Stay tuned.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Come on, breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Nekra, joined again by Dragon Rider, and we're already in the semifinals. So we're going to be trying to show those off to you in the next couple of moments, but we have a great matchup to kind of kick things off for our semifinals, don't we?
Yes, I'm really excited for this. Also, it looks like we're maybe going to see some different decks. Are you ready for that?
That would be exciting. You know what? I don't know if I'm ready for it. We've already seen so much variety tonight, which is something that I wasn't expecting, just kind of based on what we kind of predicted the meta was going to look like for this tournament, right? But we've seen it all. We've seen a Spell Druid with a Malygos in it. We've seen the Highlander sets. We've seen Aggro Warrior and multiple different lists of the Galakrond Priest, which seems to be the most popular thing that we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, it's a little popular. Very, very common bring, it seems like. And actually, speaking of the Priest and Warrior that you mentioned, one of the players here that we have for our next match, Trojanator, she is bringing, again, this Priest and Warrior. It looks like a little bit different variation of Warrior than what we've been seeing, though, slightly. This is the kind of bomb variation, running Wrench Calibers, some Blade Storms, Brawls, and that Blastmaster Boom to go with the bombs being put in the deck, as well as a Tempo Demon Hunter list. So, a little bit interesting, a little bit different than what we've seen. Kind of similar, but different.
Yes. I'm kind of especially looking at like the Priest lineup, right? Like I feel like we've seen everybody run just a little bit of a different flavor to it.
Yeah.
So seeing it again doesn't surprise me, but maybe seeing some of those different tech choices coming out for the Galakrond Priest is definitely something that I'm looking at. But I love the warrior deck, not gonna lie. Like it is gonna be more of that bomb warrior archetype, right? Like I do see like the evil quartermaster is a little bit of a different one. You've got the wrench caliber thrown in there, and the Captain Greenskin and the Blastmaster Boom. It's gonna be really exciting to kind of see this all come together. But I'm really curious about what we're going to see Andifern, who is going to be Trojanator's opponent, bring. And for those of you that watched the 2019 broadcast from last year, Trojanator might be a familiar name to you. In fact, is the winner of the 2019 tournament. So very excited to have them back here. But Andifern is going to be their opponent for this upcoming semifinal.
Yes, and talking about some different decks, we still see Priest, we still see Warrior, a little bit different still, but we also see a Shaman from Andifern.
Yeah.
This is quite interesting. It looks like kind of more of a control style deck. It's running Fist of Ra-Den and some kind of control elements, double Torrent, double Hagatha's Scheme, double Earthquake, Lurker Below, Walking Fountains for healing, double Witch's Brew. Like, whew, that's a list.
Oh yeah, that is a list for sure. But you know what's really interesting is that the Warrior deck is also a little bit different. You've got Vulpera Scoundrel, you have Archivist Elysiana, like very control oriented for this Warrior list as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only the Elysiana, like you mentioned, but Kargath, and only running one copy of Bloodsword Mercenary. So definitely much more control oriented. And, you know, this Elysiana, I think, speaks to seeing other slow matchups that are going to go to fatigue. So, you know, looking on the other side from what Trojanator brought, Priest and Warrior might be those slow matchups that this Warrior deck is looking for.
Absolutely. I'm definitely super excited to see these two different styles of lists again. A lot of players kind of thought, well, is it going to be more aggro oriented? Is it going to be more control oriented for this tournament lineup? And like, clearly these two players have kind of thought, well, might be a little bit more. They kind of have different approaches to it, right?
Yeah.
So that's super interesting to see. Trojaneer kind of looks like they're thinking, well, maybe it's a little bit more aggro, and then Andafern as well, just like control. Definitely don't want to let those aggro decks kind of run away from you. So I can't wait to see how this one's gonna go. Especially because we are in the semifinals. And Don, do you want to remind everybody what's at stake coming into the semifinals and the grand finals? How many points can these players earn for this 9-week series?
Absolutely. So there are points accumulated for each of these. Each 9-week tournament is its own individual tournament that these players will earn points in. So we are already in the third and fourth place matches, which are 50 points each. Second place gets 75 and first place 100 points. So getting that massive amount of points to start off this series in the first week can really get them off to a great lead for these points. And especially if maybe they're not able to play in every single week, or maybe they plan on playing every single week, but maybe they're more situated in this meta. We talked early on in the broadcast about the fact that next week we're going to hit some nerfs. And in several weeks from now, next month, we're looking at a new expansion. All of those things are going to change the decks that these players bring. So maybe they really are looking for a great start with this first week to kind of solidify a spot early on with these points.
Yeah, it does give you a little bit of breathing room when you're talking about the nerfs and the expansion that are coming out over the course of the 9 weeks, because it's esports. Everything constantly changes. You've got updates, patches, and Hearthstone's no exception. So it's really exciting to kind of get a chance to look at how these players are going to adapt and adjust over the course of the 9 weeks. But if you are inspired to play, because I know all of these women players are looking for some more tough competition to play against, well, why not you? Come sign up for our week 2 competition. Head over to www.supergirlgamerpro.com to check out all of the competitions that we're holding. Hearthstone is one of the titles, just one of the titles that we are featuring as a part of the Supergirl Gamer Pro series. The other 2 are League of Legends and CSGO. And if you don't have teammates, that's okay. There are teams that are still looking. So maybe you could grab some friends together, or you're looking for a 5th, and you can use the Discord to figure that out. So lots of different ways that you can get involved as well in the Supergirl Gamer Pro series.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Discord, I've been in there. Yeah, there constantly seems to be people looking for team or teams looking for players. So however you want to be a part of it, there's tons of ways to be a part of it, even just following and supporting the players who are a part of it. And just that support as well means a lot to these players. So please, get in there, show that support.
And thank you to the supports that we already have, not only the viewers that are watching our tournament unfold for tonight or have been watching throughout the weekend, but we have a lot of amazing sponsors that have made this entire show and entire tournament series possible. That's going to be Zenny Gaming, got Nissan, the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Marine Corps, GameStop, and ASA Entertainment. So thank you so much for your support so far, because without you, we wouldn't even be able to have this Supergirl Gamer Pro series at all. So thank you so much. And I'm just so excited about getting into the first semifinal match, because there are so many points on the line and some really interesting deck lists that we're going to get a chance to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these players we might not know a lot about. So getting to see their deck building skills and their play style, and again, with this being a no ban format, they really have the chance to play these decks. So if they have strong deck building, that's just another great opportunity for them to show off their skills.
Yeah, can we talk about that a little bit? Because I feel like deck building is the most it's because it's Hearthstone. It's the most important part of actually playing in the tournament, but it can really set you up for success. And so, when we talk about all of these different choices that these players make in terms of like their tech cards and things like that, we're going to get a chance to see some of that unfold with, well, lo and behold, Galvatron Priest Mirror.
We knew it was coming at some point.
We
had
did.
to be there.
But they're just a little bit different when you take a look at what these deck lists are actually running. But actually, you know what? I take that back. I think this is a complete mirror.
Is it? Yeah. And in true mirror fashion, they have even mirrored each other's board and their plays for the turn so far. So
true.
They're really going in on the mirror game here.
Yeah, we're doing a bit here, and the players are playing along.
That's right.
All of that good stuff. But yeah, this is actually like might even see it again with the Sethik coming forward. Who knows? But I feel like in this matchup, the coin actually means a lot for just kind of being able to kind of answer or change the tempo of the match. And so I wonder how Trojan Eater's really going to play around with it. But this matchup, especially when you think about mirror matchups, it takes so much skill to be able to play around, and maybe just a little bit of luck in terms of what you draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And how these players use some of these tools as well is going to be really important. We see each of the players has a Psyche split in their hand, and this penance. Who gets to trigger these first? Are they keeping those tools in mind when they're playing? Are they playing around them? And I think this mirror board that we were talking about has worked out pretty well for Andifern. Getting that minion active first to be able to put something on it.
Yeah, especially because you got a chance to use the Apotheosis so early.
Yeah.
But that is one way to go ahead and just kind of get rid of that big threat. So Trojan Eater's already taken it right back.
And now as Andifern, I mean, what do you do here? Even if you Psyche split, it's going to be 4 attack, and you can't really trade into it. I guess.
Yeah.
You don't even have the mana to heal.
Oh, but Sethik looks so strong here for Trojan Eater, just being able to kind of set that up and then penance.
I really like this, playing the penance that she just drew as well. Kind of hiding the fact, like, maybe she didn't have a penance before. And, maybe Andifern looks at that and says, okay, well, she had to play the penance that she just drew and might not play around it as much.
Yeah, that could be a factor in this game for sure. I mean, especially if you are playing such a similar list.
Yeah.
Or, well, the exact same list in this case.
Yeah.
You definitely know this, like, what the game plan is inside and out, but Penance comes through, and so does Lazul's Scheme. So Sethik's both finding lots of value for the turns that they were played.
Yeah.
But that other Penance looking pretty spicy.
Yeah. Gonna Thought Steal first, though. Priest stealing priest things. So
absolutely.
That's a nice pickup here with this Vile Fiend. Can still play that second penance. That was still a very effective turn there for Trojan Eater.
But now what do you do? Like, we're getting into the turns where, like, Priest can really start to do Priest things. And Time Rip is not a bad choice to use here in order to kind of go ahead and get rid of the Reborn. And then, Holy Ripple coming through as well. Just to really make sure that minion goes to sleep.
Yes, it is gone. No more Sethic value. That Fate Weaver not active for Trojanator, though.
No,
has not played any Invokes.
That's really unfortunate, because I feel like you want to be able to play the Fate Weaver around this time in the game. It's just like a really, really nice card to have at your disposal for the Galakrond Priest.
Yeah, absolutely.
But do you just tempo it? Because what are your other options?
Not much. It's a lot of reactive cards in the hand here.
Yeah.
Maybe really just... Yeah. Really kind of a tough spot to be in. Yeah.
I think you have...
I don't mind it. I don't mind tempoing it out. I think it's fine. I mean, next turn, potential of double Grave Rune or a Grave Rune Holy Nova. It's really not that bad. Well, unless they play out Galakrond and kill it. But I think that's fine, because that was also a random generated minion. So it's not even a minion that started in the deck either.
Yeah, I just think about how expensive some of the combos can really be for Priest, and I'm like, well, Fate Weaver, that's a good card to have, right? But yeah, now the Galakrond is out for Andifern already. Doesn't really have to worry about the Invokes as kind of building up the battle cry of it, and now can kind of focus on the fact that you're just going to find value whenever you play an Invoke card, no matter what.
Or even just the hero power.
Yeah, absolutely. But still an awkward turn for Trojanator with nothing on the board for Andifern.
Yeah.
Murazon?
Get that Galakrond. Yeah. That's really not bad. I mean, finding that Galakrond, you're not playing it for the battle cry anyways. You're getting it online to start generating those minions from the hero power.
Yeah, this is definitely about board control. In the mirror matchup specifically, and so I feel like just having the hero power is so precious.
Absolutely.
In order to kind of start generating that pressure on board. Do you use it here? Is this a turn where you kind of start generating those random minions, or do you go for the Murazon too?
I think Murazon gives you another Murazon, right? So you get 2 8/8 bodies on board.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. Of course, it's the second golden one, so that's, it's a good start.
Yeah, you gotta value the golden cards more than anything else, right? It just means your board is prettier. But no, I actually think that this is a really, really good spot for Andifern to be in, because you as Trojanator need to decide kind of how you're going to deal with the board, and I really don't mind Mind Flayer here, just to be able to get yourself another 8/8 on board.
Yeah. I mean, a Psyche split here on your own, and then a trade, or even just, the Grave Rune. Just go all in on the 8/8s. Just all of the 8/8s.
But
I like that hero power there instead of playing the Vile Fiend.
Yeah. I think you just have to start rolling through the hero powers now.
Yeah. I mean, especially with this play, as Trojanator, she's already got board. She doesn't really need to add that Vile Fiend onto the board. Just looking for other value.
Oh, the poor Holy Nova sitting in hand, though, especially with how much health is on the board. You're not getting much out of having those in hand, but you can't really play them either because you're, especially as Andafern, you're like kind of not in a position to do that. But Soul Mirror looks pretty good here.
Yeah. And really that Soul Mirror killing off that Death Rattle, just giving the 8-8 back. That's all that's happening. Taking the 8-8 back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
The layered battle cries.
Yeah.
I love it.
All the voice lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, finds another buff. That's going to be pretty helpful and something that Trojanator is not going to expect.
Just thinking through some of the options that Trojanator has right now, it's still such an awkward hand. Like I feel like you used like all of the gas already, and then looks like we're gonna have a bit of a disconnect here as well, unfortunately. But yeah, like it's talking through the options that Trojanator has in hand, it's still a very reactive. So. Maybe? Okay, Grave Rune. Just laying it all on top right now.
Yeah. Alright.
I don't mind it. But they come back in their dormant form.
Yeah. They're all gonna come back in the same turn, though. That's gonna be something.
Yeah, that's gonna be very scary. Oh, but oh yeah, I was kind of wondering about the Cabal Shadow Priest if you just kind of play it for tempo. But I don't hate the Kronks either.
Just go for an 8-8.
Yeah, I think the 8-8 is a great option here.
Yeah.
Stops so much, and then like you set yourself up because everything that you have on board right now is dormant for Trojanator.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of damage if Trojanator can't find an answer.
And I feel like from Andafern's perspective, that previous turn, you know, Trojanator had to kind of play a little bit awkwardly just to clear off one 8-8.
Mm-hmm.
So I do kind of like this play from Andafern, just kind of getting on board and saying, all right, well, you didn't really have great answers last turn, so let's see what you've got this turn.
Yeah, I really like that as well, but ooh.
That hero power found an answer.
Oh, yes, it did. That's going to make this very difficult for Andafern to kind of navigate this next turn, except the Cabal Shadow Priest in hand looks really good, just because you're going to be able to steal one.
Let me change your mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a very difficult spot to navigate. Ooh, because it kills the Kronks.
Yeah. I think Andafern took that other one first in hopes that even if it cleared the now taken, taunt, it wouldn't have been as bad. But yeah, unfortunately, lost the Kronks, which was probably one of the best bodies there.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how good these Holy Novas are looking this turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate the damage right now because I was literally thinking the same thing, where like you could use both Holy Nova and it might give you the ability to clear the board. And I think actually, I think it does. But you might have to Apotheosis to.
I mean, can't play both Holy Novas with the Apotheosis, though. There's not enough mana. I think the 8/8 and that 4/5 make the double Holy Novas just a little bit too awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go for
Ooh,
Soulmere.
Soulmere. Yeah, I like this. I like this play a lot. Clears off some of it, but what is this? Oh
Takes
no!
it. Oh. Not what Trojanator was looking for there.
No, but sometimes you gotta run the gambit.
Yeah.
Like, there was just too much damage on board
Oh,
for
absolutely.
Andifern.
Yeah.
You had to do something. So I mean, honestly, the outcome isn't that bad. You still have presence, and now the double Holy Nova is not looking terrible. But
Yeah, this
power of
power- yeah.
infusion,
Yeah, this power infusion.
and the Holy Nova back.
Ooh. Pretty big swing turn for Andifern there.
Absolutely.
Except the Trojanator. How many times has that been invoked? Has it only been invoked once?
Yeah,
It has, yeah. Going for the 50-50 to try to clear that bigger minion.
Ooh.
No!
Oh, she
misses.
doesn't get it!
Oh.
Oh, you so root
Yeah.
for the 50-50 to happen too, you know? Because now Andifern has the Apotheosis, able to deal 8 damage. And, like, how do you deal with the 8/12 now?
Yeah.
That Cabal Shadow Priest has done so
my
much
gosh.
work this game.
And talk about work. This Sethic is about to keep piling onto that work.
Mm-hmm.
But another Sethic. Psyche Split. That's the now 9/14.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that was kind of your only option, though,
Yeah.
when you take a look at the Psyche Split, because, like, now you have the healing for yourself.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
Sethics are coming back, and they...
This game has not quite panned out for Trojanator the way that I'm sure she would want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. These power infusions are just absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that's so brutal. That's already 15 damage on board with another Power of Infusion in hand. That's... Oh my goodness. That's so much
Wow.
damage. That's not quite lethal, but you can at least deal with the Cabal Shadow Priest that Trojanator was able to develop from the Psyche Split. But Kronks, 8/8 here? No.
I don't even know if that's enough. I mean, I
feel like you
stalls,
just delay
but-
the inevitable at
yeah.
that point.
Okay. These aren't really the best choices, but they're not terrible.
No, I like the evasive Draconid pickup because you at least get to have 2 taunts now, right? If you use the evasive Draconid and then you have the Kronks to develop the 8/8 taunt. So it's not bad. It buys you time to be able to find an answer.
Right.
But as it stands, that's like, especially if you get any more buff spells if you're Andifern, you're just creating more Cabal Shadow Priests.
Yeah. Okay.
These options are interesting too.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Maybe is the mana reservoir worth it? Like for that spell damage? I'm not
For
sure.
what though? I
know.
feel like the Amani Berserker is just better. I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't mind the Amani Berserker just because like I increase the health pool, so the chance of it sticking around for 5 damage is pretty high.
And I guess that Amani Berserker also getting buffs put onto it could be pretty scary.
Mm-hmm. But Questing Explorer is pretty safe too. I don't know, Mana Reservoir is really, really interesting. But I'm just trying to think of, like, does that work for the spells that are left? And I just don't think it has the same amount of value as doing the Amani Berserker or the Questing Explorer.
Yeah. I think there could be an argument for that Mana Reservoir if, like, especially those Holy Novas were still in the hand.
Uh-huh. Right, absolutely.
But those are gone. And I think, have we already seen double penance? I believe so. At least one of them. There's just really not as much damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Amani Berserker makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I like it for sure for Andiford. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how much Trojanator's gonna feel about this one. But oh, and the Mind Flayer on top.
Mind Game's gonna come out. Not a very
Okay.
impactful minion. And the emo coming down along with it.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Oh look, you find the skeletal, so that does buy you more time. But I'm thinking,
Yeah, I like trying to just go with the Sethic and try to find something. Oh, Solmir, you can't play this turn.
no, it's you don't have enough mana. Otherwise, that would have been perfect, especially to get rid of the Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah. And unfortunately, even trying to like trade both minions on board into that Cabal Shadow Priest and playing Kronk, giving Andifern a 7/7 can't be targeted taunt. So, yeah, Kronk's unfortunately wasn't really a great option there.
No. Oh, that's too bad. That is 13 damage so far. On board for Andifern. And I feel like at this point you can kind of send a lot of that face. Do you care about the Sephic? Because look at how full Trojanator's hand is.
Yeah. Actually, Trojanator will overdraw the next card. Has a full hand there.
Yeah.
I like this Template Enforcer. Just gonna go in on this Amani Berserker.
I think that's a really, really good plan B to have in case you lose your Cabal Shadow Priest,
Yeah.
for sure.
And I mean, really, there's been these big minions on board that Trojanator just hasn't been able to answer. So, I mean, we see the Soul Mirror now finally picked up, last turn. But the previous turns, there's been no board answer.
Mm-hmm. Inner Fire?
Just trying to activate that.
The Sethic,
That
yeah.
Soul Mirror. Yeah, the Sethic and the Soul Mirror clears it now just to get it off the board.
Well, now the Cabal Shadow Priest is gone.
Yes, finally.
Yeah. Trojanator has the Amani Berserker as well, so playing a little bit against Andifern there, and also has the double Sethic on board. But you gotta be careful. I guess like Mana Saber is not the worst thing that you could have burned on the overdraw, for sure. Especially when you're taking a look at the fact that we're already kind of towards the end game here. But Andifern has to redevelop a board now.
Yeah.
And Trojanator's back at full health.
I like that setup there from Andifern. Kind of saying, if you clear this minion, your board's going to get cleared. So how do you answer this? But, yeah, Kronk's pretty good. Give your other minions +2/+2 is not bad at all here. You still get 8/8 worth of stats.
Yeah, I think I liked it a lot better because now you don't have to use the Kronks to actually preserve your face. So it's so much better to be able to push that damage forward, and
absolutely.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That puts Andifern within lethal range, especially because I do not see a Holy Nova or a way to.
They've already
really
been
deal with
used.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of their removals can have already been used. Gonna have to find something. That Holy Nova
So
pickup,
there's
though?
one.
Yeah. Can answer a lot of this.
Yes. Oh, it was
There-
right
yeah.
in the nick of time. You needed that last one in the deck, and you found it. That's such a good pickup, and keeps Andifern into this game. And going to be able to redevelop the board. Burns another Holy... Well, I mean, you have two, so I think it's okay, but...
There's been so many Holy Novas played this game.
I know. It's kind of incredible.
Oh, another Fate Weaver.
Prison Vile Fiend getting unimprisoned for this turn. And yeah, the Fate Weaver is a good card to have when you're taking a look at the pieces that are in Trojanator's hand. Maybe going to be able to actually use that in this game, but Andifern, after developing that board, is going to lose quite a bit of it. At least quite a bit of the health in order to deal with this taunt.
Yeah. But now Andifern can answer back with some big minions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's...
Has had that
that's
skeletal
really-
dragon for a while.
Yeah. This Reliquary of Souls is...
Oh, no.
Oh my gosh, a Caligos. That could be... Ooh, that could be a little
could be
scary.
huge.
Yeah.
Like, I thought the Reliquary of Souls pickup was, like, pretty good.
Yeah.
But you can see why, like, Skeletal Dragon ends up getting included in this deck. And it's even just, like, one copy.
Yeah.
Especially in the end game, if you're able to get that far, you could find just the right thing to be able to seal up the game. But quite honestly, I feel like we're not even halfway there yet for the end of this game. Like this one's gonna be a really close race to the end, especially because Animals have that Reliquary of Souls that just with how thin the deck is, we're looking at seeing the
that prime come out of it.
The prime. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
so much healing too.
You know, I'm just gonna say it again. I don't mind the Caligos. I want to see the big dragon come down and let's discover a spell. But this is just fine too. Really puts a lot out on the board. And like you said, I mean, getting that prime in the deck. There's not very many cards left in the deck, and now there's potential for 2 primes to be put in the deck.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, there's so much healing though for Andifern.
Fate Weaver finally active.
Yeah. That's going to be a good shout for this next one. And going ahead and just using the hero power in order to get another card. So
oh yeah,
lots of value coming out from that Fate Weaver. And you're just able to play this Cleric of Scales. Oh, you find a Renew. That's very good. You have a free one in hand as well.
I think it's really interesting to look at the difference of these hands as well.
Mm-hmm.
For Trojanator, I mean, a much larger hand, but much kind of lower costed things.
Mm-hmm.
In general, just a lot of answers here, a lot of things to use. And for Andifern, the hand looks really clunky. Really only going to be able to play 1, maybe 2 things a turn with this hand right now.
Yeah. But I feel like you have a lot of tempo setting cards for Andifern. So like the Caligos is going to be really good. You've got the Skeletal Drake again, and I feel like Trojanator still has a very reactionary hand.
This Grave Rune pickup
Yeah.
too. I mean, you could just get so many reliquaries.
Oh gosh,
Just-
that sets you up so well for the end game, though. You're gonna be
Yeah.
untouchable.
Yeah. Oh,
So
This is
many
incredible.
primes. That was just the right card at the right time
Yeah.
for Andifern to get off of the hero power. Yeah, difficult choice to make. Do you go after the Fate Weaver or do you go after the Fiend? And
yeah. I mean, Andifern can't really clear any of those bigger minions anyways. Just not quite enough attack, and there's no damage from hand.
yeah, such a low value hand, and like in terms of just mana cost.
Yeah.
Really low value hand for Trojanator. She can play so much this turn, and yeah. I like the Psyche split. Also don't hate that there's the Disciple of Galakrond in hand either.
Yeah. And, you know, I do really like from Andifern's turn, on that previous turn, killing off the reliquary that had the Grave Rune on it. Just to also put out, I mean, minions on the board. Now there's more reliquaries on the board to trigger, but also it prevented Trojanator from copying it or stealing it or anything like that and getting value on her side of the board.
Yeah. But the copy comes through this time, and that means lots of reliquary primes for this game.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be oh my gosh, and all the extra health onto Trojanator's Reliquary of Souls. That's gonna be sticking around for a long time. So much healing, Dragon Rider. So much healing.
I mean, it feels like the health in this matchup, in this mirror match, like the health just doesn't really matter until you have that gigantic board that you're looking to probably kill your opponent in one turn.
Yeah.
And then it matters.
Absolutely.
But
yeah, you're definitely looking for like the burst damage here. You need to be able to develop a wide board that you can rush at face, because otherwise like the healing does come through and it ends up mattering a ton.
Silence picked up too.
Oh
this is
my gosh.
just gonna be such an easy answer for that buffed up reliquary.
Like it has to come through here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And I think this is really going to come down to Andifern picking up those primes from the deck, kind of like you talked about before. There's just not going to be... It's going to be really difficult for Trojanator to deal with those.
You're just so untouchable. Like you run out of gas. At some point you run out of gas as the priest. Even if you do have the hero power with the Galakrond, you end up running out of gas at some point. But yeah, Mind Flayer, good pickup here for the hero power, because you're still gonna get a prime somehow, and Trojanator's definitely trying to be able to match that type of end game aggression that Andifern has already started to develop in their deck. Not to mention, there's still a Caligos for Andifern.
Ooh. That Plague of Death.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup. Oh my gosh.
That's definitely going to be real handy when those primes start coming out.
Man, I'm getting really excited about the end game here. We're going to see some shenanigans.
Yeah. I feel like we've led up, like if the game has been just this tight back and forth, it's been kind of this whole build up, and I'm wondering if the end game is like, it's just gonna happen. Like it's just gonna be a really fast end. Like all of a sudden just it's over. One of them like, got the gigantic board and now it's over.
Yeah, I mean that's how it goes sometimes. It just kind of ends up snowballing out of control, but I still at this point in the series think that Andifern has just a bit of an edge because of the reliquary primes. Like that's the only thing that I'm kind of thinking about at this point. They just have to get drawn. They keep adding up, and board presence has been really, really hard for Trojanator to develop and maintain. And now she's out of cards.
Yeah.
So fatigue starts to set in.
Yeah, adding those reliquaries, not only are they great for the now you get these primes that can't be targeted, they're these big bodies. It also put Andifern, ahead in that fatigue game, where now Trojanator is hitting that fatigue, and Andifern is still going to be several draws away from that. So she's not going to have to worry about that fatigue game right now.
Oh, well, there's another one. The primes they keep a coming, Dragon Rider, and they're going to for the rest of this series. And that makes the Plague of Death all more scary from Trojanator, but stands to reason Trojanator is still dealing with fatigue at this point.
Yeah, and one thing that's might be a struggle here with this Plague of Death is when to play it, because if Andifern can get on board with too many things, if Andifern gets on board and then Trojanator uses the Plague, Andifern just comes back the next turn with another prime, and the next turn another prime. But if Trojanator tries to wait too long to play that Plague, then really she's just letting Andifern have that board, which is not what she wants either.
No. Do you push this? I think you just push the damage face.
It might be.
Well, no, but the well makes that really awkward.
Fine. Yeah. I think no matter where you hit with that, I guess unless you're just wanting to kill off one of those smaller things.
Yeah, but that's not threatening anything.
And there's a dragon in hand, so if that thing dies, it triggers the death rattle, and those little things die anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes these Holy Novas look a little bit bad right now, too.
I feel like those Holy Novas have got no value this game.
No. They have literally sat in that left side of the hand this whole time.
Oh, it feels so bad. Oh, is it time? Do you go for it? I think you have to.
Yeah. Just had to try to set up to clear that prime, and that's basically it.
And now you have one prime, and you got to make it count.
Yeah. Probably hoping for another reliquary to come out of that psycho pump. Didn't happen.
No, but you've got one more to try, so maybe it will be the second copy that makes it happen. But 2 primes in hand now for Andifern. And one of them's hitting the board with Reborn. Oh, no. Plague of Death doesn't look too bad here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it seems pretty good to use when that thing has Reborn as well.
Yes.
Might as well use it now. Alright. More primes.
That's the name of the game. That's But I feel like that Plague of Death makes it easier for you to just go ahead and be like, I'm gonna use my own prime here. And really make sure that you're starting to get value from that. But wow, what a scary animation when that thing hits the field.
It's terrifying.
It's like, yeah, that's in my nightmares. Ooh,
another skeletal dragon.
Yes. Oh, is it time? It's time.
I also like that that first skeletal dragon is discounted from that previous Fate Weaver. I kind of like that combination of the skeletal dragon and a psycho pump in the same turn. Really get on board.
I kind of would wait though until the prime gets killed so that you have the ability to maybe draw a prime with Reborn.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Slim chance because of how many minions have gone down this game, but it's worth the risk. It's so worth the risk.
All right. Take some value trades. I find this so ironic that these Holy Novas that really, like we talked about just a turn or two ago, have been sitting here for Trojanator, now has actually created an opportunity for Andifern.
Mm-hmm.
It's the irony of it. All right.
Psycho Pump. Is he going to
Pump.
do it?
Oh,
no,
no.
doesn't hit
Not
it doesn't hit it. But...
the Reliquary, no. Okay. Aeon Reaver is something. It's an answer. Oof.
Oh,
this feels like Andifern is just, yeah.
I think Andifern is literally so close to seeing the snowball that we were talking about in this game for the end game.
Yeah.
It's just setting up for it. But like Temple Enforcer, I feel like just seals the deal, because how do you come back? That eliminates the ability of Holy Nova getting rid of that Reliquary Prime. And even if that goes away, Trojanator's still dealing with the fatigue. And there's another Reliquary Prime in Andifern's hand, plus the Katrina.
I mean, I wonder if this is going to be... Oh, another Aeon Reaver. Okay.
Okay, it's not over yet. I mean,
What a feeling.
You still have the hero powers that are coming through, and saving the Apotheosis is good, but... You know, I could stand corrected depending on what these Galakrond's wits actually pull.
Oh.
We'll have to find out. I'm waiting with bated breath because it's just honestly so back and forth, and these skeletal dragons too. The dragons play another round of RNG into this one. But Trojanator's starting to take a lot of damage from fatigue, and Andifern just started.
And I feel like overall the value of minions that Andifern has been getting from that hero power has felt much higher than what Trojanator has been finding.
Oh, Marathon. There's another one, and the dragons start coming. We thought the primes were going to be the issue. It's now the dragons that are kind of the hard part to deal with. But yeah, no, this is really going to start to snowball. Fate Weaver might help to reduce the costs, and Sandhoof Waterbearer, I just feel like delays the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I think that damage from fatigue is too high right now. There's no way that Trojanator can really find anything to stop that or kind of combat it. I mean, even like you said, even that water bear still not healing for what she's taking in damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because next turn it's 7, I believe, if I'm paying attention correctly. And ooh, Envoy of Lazul.
Well, this is also interesting as an open deck tournament, because if you are unsure, you could always just refer back to the deck list and look which card was in there.
Oh, man. But I save the prime for later. I feel like Andifern just has to wait just in case some crazy shenanigan happens from this Galakrond's wit, or like the potential of what those skeletal dragons can be.
Yeah.
You just wait and you save the prime. But yeah, that's 7 damage of fatigue.
Yeah.
That's putting Trojanator well within lethal range. Galakrond's wit's gonna be her last hope. But Envoy of Lazul as well. Does Fate Weaver go ahead and reduce that for you and just see what you find?
I mean, What are you looking for, though, if you play it? It might be just the last-ditch hope, but I'm not sure there's anything that you'd find from that that's impactful enough to change the way this game is going.
Sandhoof Waterbearer.
Yeah, this just feels pretty over.
Your head isn't as empty as it looks.
Let's see.
Yeah, well,
Wand. Yeah, none of those were really going to be a saving grace here, and even the Holy Nova gives you 2 more health, but
yeah, she's just gonna die to the fatigue though.
Yeah, so 6 damage comes out for sure. The emote comes through from Andifern, and all she has to do at this point is hit that 4 damage, and it is finally over. Game 1 of the first semifinal of tonight has finally found a winner, and it's Andifern taking the first game.
Yeah. Wow, that was quite the game.
Quite the game. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. With mirror matches, there's so much involved in, especially when it comes down to the Galakrond Priest matchup, right? It's so impressive that both of these players played to their outs all the way to the very end. Like, I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to play this mirror match and then also have to play it for like an hour, right? You have to constantly have your brain on and thinking about all those little decisions and all the RNG that could take place. That's super, super impressive. And the series isn't even over yet. We have more to come between Andifern and Trojanator, but it's Andifern that doesn't have the Galakrond Priest anymore.
Yes.
But we have dogs. I'm noticing that in our backgrounds right now.
There's always dogs. Yeah, I mean, so Andifern now has this kind of control warrior and this control shaman left.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of talked about that at the start of the series. And again, for Trojanator, this is a conquest format. So she has not won with a deck yet. So she can bring that priest again to try to get a win with it. I'm not really sure here. What looks good? I mean, these control decks, and especially this warrior with the Elysiana, looks a little difficult if Trojanator brings that priest back.
Yeah, I think you, if you're Trojanator, you have to bring the priest, just given what Andifern has left.
Yeah, it feels like such a tough call.
Yeah. I don't know. I am secretly hoping Andifern brings the control shaman just because I really, really want to see it. I think it's such an interesting deck.
Yeah.
And I think it would be really great to just, again, see all of the variety and versatility that all of these amazing players have brought to this first week 1 tournament. But I don't know. I think it's also kind of a toss-up for Andifern. Like, if you know Trojanator is going to be bringing the Galakrond Priest, like, you're kind of walking into a 50-50 with this one, so we'll see.
Right.
But it looks like it's the control warrior for Andifern, and Trojanator once again trying with that Galakrond Priest. Off to a very, very good start.
And I think if there was a 50-50 between the 2 decks, then I think this is the matchup Andifern wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, and so something else I gotta point out about this one too is the warrior is so interesting. Like, for the majority of the night, if you've been sticking with us, first of all, thank you so much for sticking with us. But for the majority of the night, we've been seeing this Egro warrior list come through, or kind of more of like the bomb package of the Egro warrior. This is very, very different and will play out very, very differently than what we've seen from the Egro. So no big combos here. It is about board control and territory control.
Yeah, absolutely. And really playing to that long game if you have to, because it is running that Archivist Elysiana. So, already has that long game in mind.
Yeah. the long game for sure. I would hold on to, well, it's gonna be finding. So like, I don't know what your thoughts are about this, Dawn, but when I think about Archivist Elysiana and the timing it takes to actually play it, I feel like it's really, really difficult of a decision on when you actually play the Archivist.
Yeah, it really can be. I think in this matchup, to me, it feels like it's just going to be, you pretty much know this game is going to go long, and you're going to play it to prevent that fatigue game, which, as we saw, worked out really well for Andifern in the first game, you know, with getting those primes put into the deck. So it almost feels like, why not just try that same theory again and just wait until, you know, until your deck is run out of things. You know, in some matchups where there's like bombs in the deck or something like that, you're going to use Elysiana to try to get rid of those bombs, but there's not going to be anything like that in this matchup. So to me, it feels like it's just going to be a play out the long game and use it to prevent that fatigue for even longer.
Grab some snacks, ladies and gentlemen. Go grab some, grab something to keep yourself through this series, because we've got a long one on our hands for sure. But it's honestly super exciting to me, because control decks have historically, to me, kind of felt like the more decision-heavy decks to play. And that's not always the case, because like a lot of aggro decks, like we were talking about how the Tempo Demon Hunter actually has quite a bit of decision-making that you need to make. But like, you can tell that both players are really taking their time to consider all of their options through this one.
Oh, absolutely. And I think control mirror matches are extremely difficult, just because you have to consider all of the different removal, all of the different tools, and think about just so many different ways that the game could pan out.
Yeah.
And have to look at, are you taking the role of the aggressor in the match, or because even though these are both controlled decks in the match, and this can change actually throughout the match, but at some point, each deck is going to be more of the aggressor role, and one is going to be more of the controlling role. And determining where you're at in the match, and if you are the aggressor or not, can affect your plays as well.
Oh, assessing the game state is so important, especially when you are playing the control decks, because of exactly what you mentioned, having to swap through those roles of whether or not you're going to be putting on the gas or taking your foot off. But I've got an update for everybody, in case you were wondering about what was happening on the other side of the bracket, because at the top of the broadcast, we did say we were going to be covering 6 matches today, but as we've run into a lot of control decks, we actually went ahead and played out the other semifinal already. And in the time that it took to play the one game between Andifern and Trojanator, we've already determined our first grand finalist for week 1. It was between Edelweiss and Valera Light, and Edelweiss went ahead and took it 2-0. So whole series played out in the course of that one game. So right now we're just playing to figure out who is going to be the next person in that grand finals. But Andifern already has a 1-0 lead and is looking to make some pretty big risky skipper plays here.
Yeah, absolutely. And picking up the Armor Smith. That armor, probably not as important in this matchup as some of the other matchups, but it still can make a difference. And especially if we were talking about that fatigue plan, it's going to be really difficult for a Trojanator to deal with. And there's no Alex Straza or anything to kind of set Andifern's health down. Unless there's like, I guess if there's one generated later in the game.
Yeah, like maybe from a skeletal dragon or something like that.
Yeah.
We could see that come through, but I don't know if it's really gonna.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out. I mean, Reliquary of Prime. That's another thing that exists in this matchup again.
Absolutely. Debating about this Murazon here. The battle cries and things don't trigger, but it does put a board out for Trojanator, so kind of something to consider. I don't even mind that Holy Nova here, but if you play the Holy Nova, what else are you doing? Maybe just Apotheosis and hitting face?
I don't hate that play. But yeah, the Battle Rage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do like the board play. You could even penance if you really wanted to, and I think you should, just to get rid of one of those armor smiths.
And still just going face, just gonna start picking away at that armor a little bit.
17 is on the board. I mean, armor might not matter as much in this matchup, but it certainly doesn't hurt to have it. As you can tell, that's going to be a huge wall for Trojanator to have to get through, and keeps Andifern relatively safe to kind of go for a little bit more of those aggressive plays, recognizing that she can start to put a little bit of that, foot on the gas here. But you still have to deal with that Murozond.
Yeah, that's kind of a big body to have to deal with. And looking at the list, even though this is kind of a more control-y list, it's actually not running any real easy way, I'll say, to deal with that, except for Shield Slam. There's no execute. Shield Slam might really be the only answer, and we've already seen one.
Yeah, you have to just stack all of your minions, all of your board presence into clearing off that Murozond, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Like, you've bought yourself enough time to be able to do that, but now your armor smiths are gone, and this is where Trojanator can start to really whack away at that armor. And Ysera coming through from the Skeletal Dragon as well. Wow.
And Trojanator building up her own armor as well. Not quite the same amount that Andifern has, but building that armor up regardless. Ooh. Clear from Andifern here.
And more primes.
Yes. Boom Squad here. Just for a little bit more generation, try to find something to use.
Well, here's something very interesting. We're kind of back at ground zero for both of these players, having to redevelop the board. I love Kronks here for Trojanator, just to be able to pull that Galakrond, but we haven't seen it invoked, so it's not really going to get value from actually, like, destroying minions. But honestly, the more that we've watched this Galakrond Priest, the more that I'm recognizing in this current meta, it doesn't really matter. Like, that's not really what you're playing for right now. You're playing for that hero power.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see that Galakrond coming into hand, it did show that it would still clear 2 minions, which actually is better than we've seen so far all night, I think, with those Galakronds.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a nice turn where Andifern has 1 or 2 somewhat big things, like maybe this, and Trojanator gets a really nice clear with that Galakrond. But yeah, definitely, like you mentioned, getting that hero power online and just creating insane value from that is really what a lot of these matches are coming down to.
Skeletal Dragons, Reliquary of Souls, definitely those endgame key cards that you're looking for. And, like, I half joke about it, but I'm also kind of half serious. And the fact that, like, it just generates so much value for the endgame that you're really, really safe. Like, that's how Andifern was able to win that mirror matchup, was so many Skeletal Dragons, so many Reliquary of Souls, using those combo pieces super nicely in order to get more of those on board. But we're struggling right now for both of these players to actually develop the board again.
Yeah, and one thing that might really make a difference, that Prime coming into hand a little bit earlier than we saw the last game. But, really these boards have just been drawing out all of the clears.
Yeah.
It feels like early in the game, and I really wonder how that's going to impact kind of that late game with this Galakrond hero power that's going to generate minions. You know, all of these removals have been coming out from Andifern. But once this hero power starts generating things, is there still going to be enough removal to get through all of it?
That's honestly the hardest part about running control decks to me, is that you have to manage your resources so well. And unfortunately in this matchup, like even though Andifern, like this is probably the matchup that they were looking for in order to roll the control warrior, at the same time, Trojanator, if with the Galakrond Priest is allowed to get to this endgame, you're just constantly generating big threats that you really are going to run out of resources to deal with.
Yeah.
So I feel like Andifern is in a position where you've got to win this quickly, or you have to at least start dealing big damage now. That animation still skeeves me.
It is a little creepy, yeah.
Every time it gets me.
Debating about this Kargath here.
Yeah, I think you just go for
Yeah.
it. You don't want that reliquary sticking around.
No, absolutely. And it also does put the Kargath Prime into the deck for Andifern too.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that might be a little bit of a detriment for Andifern is it feels like Andifern has gone through her deck much faster than Trojanator has. And
yeah,
yes, there is the Archivist Elysiana, but you know, you kind of wanted to be hitting Fatigue about the same time and then play that Elysiana.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're totally right about that. I kind of wasn't recognizing how fast Andifern was really going through the deck, but it's been a faster pace than what I feel like you would want in this matchup. And I feel like that's going to leave Andifern in a really difficult position later on, where that makes the Archivist Elysiana choice much harder to make.
Yeah. It's going to feel a little bit awkward when it comes to it.
Mm-hmm. But the armor helps. I feel like also, like, knowing that you had that early Armorsmith turn honestly doesn't make me hate the pace like as much as I think we were just harking on it. Just because you are so much safer to be able to make those riskier plays. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see how it plays out, obviously. But another prime.
Yeah. This game, it is really feeling almost reminiscent of the last game, where there's just really a lot of back and forth going on this board.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like jockeying for position.
Yeah, it really is. Grimreaver, a little interesting.
Yeah, that is a really, really unique pickup here. Huh.
Can't forget that 2 armor there at the end.
Nope.
Very important.
It is actually. It's definitely very important.
Yeah. And it really could. I mean, even in control matchups, I'd say probably a little bit more important if they're aggro matchups, but even in control matchups, just a few points of damage really can make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially when you think about, like, Priest doesn't really have burst. So
Right. Yeah.
you can't just like you have to make so many calculations actually with this, like when you can use these combo pieces and when you can't. And like you're definitely recognizing now that like Charginator's being a lot more just reserved when it comes to using those pieces than what I feel like we've seen other Galacron priests do. And it just speaks volumes to this. But whoa.
Yeah. What a turn.
Whoa.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty good Mind Flayer target.
Oh yeah.
And then Charginator can even just bump into it with that taunt, clear it off. Psyche splitting,
Psyche
maybe?
split?
Yeah. No? Maybe? Psyche split the Kargoth that's on board,
Mind
or do you
Flayer.
Psyche split the Mind Flayer? Yeah.
I think you Psyche split the Mind Flayer because then you get 2 Kargoths. And like, who doesn't want 2?
2 is usually better than 1.
Yeah. Oh, look at that though. Just like that, Andifern is out of cards. Charginator still has a decent chunk of the deck to work through. This was a very quick pace to work through the warrior deck. But here's that Kargoth Prime.
Yeah. I think the theme of tonight is just the primes, just all of the primes, every game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Time Rip's not a bad pickup there, actually. Pretty easy clear and finds Trojanator something else to potentially play. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Do you want to attack with it first? Ooh. I think Trojanator actually missed that 4 damage there by not attacking with it first.
Yeah, I think you should have done that, but Brawl. Really, really nice time for the Brawl, but yeah, I think like the damage matters so much in this game.
Yeah.
When you know, but Andifern's kind of out of resources now too, to build up that armor.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what picks end up coming out of that Elysiana. Because there's potential for, what, more primes?
More primes. More armor. More health.
Yeah.
Long game. Ooh.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, that Corsair cache really just does not do anything anyways, so... Oh my gosh, the Elysiana! Alright.
Wow, things just got mighty interesting.
So for everybody that's already grabbed your popcorn, grabbed your drinks, go ahead and get up, grab some more, and really, really get ready for the long haul here.
All right. Well, okay, it's Archivist Elysiana time. Let's find out.
Here we go.
I see Evasive Worm. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
Arathi Weaponsmith?
Yeah. You
Evil
really don't want the
Cable-
draw. Cable Rat? Yeah.
Challenger. And then
Probably
Octosari, no. You have to take the Frenzied Fellwing. That was kind of the lesser of 3 evils at that point.
Yeah, you can't take that draw. You can't do it.
No.
You love that 8/8 body, but you can't take that draw.
Ooh, the Sethic Veilweaver gets burned.
Yeah, could have really generated some value there.
Like, not that you necessarily need it because you still have Galakron's Wit at your disposal, but the spells. All the spells. Mind Flayer again. Yeah, the Archivist Elysiana is just like, when you see big bodies on board like that, that's just such a good target for it.
Oh, absolutely. Needs this generated Plague of Wrath just to kill off that one body. All right.
Oh, this is still really tough for Andifern, though.
Yeah.
Like, I even though the Archivist of Lysiana came out, I just feel like as we get closer and closer to the end game, the Priest has so much of an edge. And, like, with the choices that Andifern was really offered in that Archivist of Lysiana, they're just not impactful enough to me to
they
really
weren't
put
super
Andifern
great.
over the edge.
Yeah.
But...
Alright, gonna go for the Fate Weaver. Again, we saw this last game too. With this Fate Weaver coming out and discounting the hand, but not sure how good it's gonna be here.
Brawl, just like it. I really, really like the play that Trojanator made because it mitigates the ability for Andifern to use the Brawl.
Yeah.
And even the Plague of Death just doesn't look good right now. There's so many dead cards in Andifern's hand.
Yeah, there really are. And that Corsair cache too is just it's completely dead. I mean, there wasn't even anything. There was a chance that there could have been a weapon found from Elysiana, and that didn't happen either, so it just made that Corsair cache. It's been a dead card for quite a while in this game.
Yeah, Sweeping Strikes. There's so much draw in this Discover.
Yeah, I like the Sweeping Strikes here. It feels pretty solid, can help clear without using something else. And we're all gonna push that one damage.
Yeah, do it.
Can't forget
there
the
you
damage.
go.
Oh,
wow, what a good brawl.
Yeah, that definitely worked out in Andifern's favor.
Getting rid of both Archivist of Lysiana's was obviously your goal for that one, but Mass Resurrection looks so strong here.
Absolutely. See what you get. Oh my gosh, the Kargath! So much armor. So much armor.
So much armor and healing now, and Trojanator has so many resources to invest into this Kargoth to just make it super, super sticky, so that you're just kind of extending the lead. No more brawls on the table either. Andifern has no more brawls left.
Really gonna have to try to find a way to get value out of this Plague of Wrath. Right now it does clear the big taunt and leaves a small board if Andifern wants to use it for the one big removal. Just drew a Warmaul Challenger. That can clear up one of the smaller things along with it. So maybe it's just the Plague and a Warmaul Challenger? Yeah.
But that was your last big clear.
It was.
You have the evasive worms, but that's only good for single targeted effects.
Yeah, and we've already seen one of those too, so there's actually only one left, right? Or is the... Yeah. There's only one left. Yeah. See what comes out of this Katarina Morte here.
Oh, he's here. No way.
It's a pretty big body.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, let's see here. Like Cable Rat, Titanic Lackey. Yeah, I think Andifern actually really was hoping for to discover a spell there. Like, discover another brawl would be great. Honestly, even discovering a dragon and trying to find something that can help on board would be good.
Absolutely.
But a spell would have been fantastic there.
Does a lot of damage with the risky skipper play, though.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I mean, like, at this point, you're really, really trying to get rid of that Katarina, but, like, you can't.
Yeah.
And so that's going to stick around one more turn at least in order to find just even more value. Like, Trojanator honestly has so many good minions in the pool that Katarina is bound to draw something really, really powerful and impactful, much like the Ysera.
Yeah. Talking about that pool of minions that can come back from the dead here, though, adding in these small things gonna make that pool a little more diluted, but probably still gonna be more valuable than not, I'd imagine.
Let's find out. Yeah, Madame Lazelle's not bad.
not great, but it's something.
It's a legendary, I guess. But that Fate Weaver coming through as well makes Trojanator's hand so much scarier.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Andifern is going to go ahead and scoop this one. I think we were seeing the inevitable come through where Trojanator was just on the brink of getting that snowball. But with that win, Trojanator ties the series. We're going to a game 3 to find out our second grand finalist. This is coming down to the absolute wire.
Yeah, absolutely. So each of these players getting a win with their priest decks. They each have different warrior builds, and then Trojanator has Demon Hunter, and Andifern has this control shaman. So, all these priests tonight. Really interesting, though. I'm really excited to see what each of them brings out. I want to. I'm curious if Andifern sticks with that warrior deck.
Yeah,
I think it feels pretty good into either the warrior or demon hunter.
I think it does as well. The Archivist of Liliana just felt so lackluster for me that at the end of the game, Andifern just didn't really have the gas necessary to just kind of get through. And with all of the good rolls that Trojanator got as well, it just made the Archivist of Liliana feel ever more lacking in being able to bring back the game. So I think that was just kind of the inevitable for it. But Control Warrior doesn't look bad against what Trojanator has left.
Yeah, I'm even if she doesn't have to play the Elysiana, I mean, there's just so many other tools. And also there is one copy of the Cobalt Sticky Finger being run in this list too, which against the Wrench Caliber in Warrior, or there's a little bit of weapons being played in Demon Hunter too. That Sticky Finger looks pretty enticing as well.
No, I definitely am looking at that as kind of a nice answer. So I don't know. There's a lot at stake here, though, Dragon Rider.
Yeah.
We are in the top 4, which means that we are playing for the difference between 50 points, 75 points, or 100 points for week 1. And that could be the difference maker of just like, having the nerfs come through or having to readjust to the new expansion that's going to be coming through during our 9 weeks together for Supergirl Gamer Pro before those grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like you mentioned, with those nerfs coming through next week and the expansion, if these players are wanting to play over multiple weeks, they have to know themselves as well. If they are not very strong in a meta that is new and changing, it might really benefit them to really play this out and try to get these points now and kind of give themselves that buffer so that maybe in the future weeks, if they're playing in a meta where they don't feel as strong with the decks, that it's okay. Or if they even get top 8s, they're getting a little bit more points, but they had a strong start in this week 1 and were able to get more points now. So, yeah, really, really important game here, I feel like.
A lot on the line. Match point for Andifern and Trojanator after some really riveting series of games so far. An hour-long priest matchup, and we also had a really difficult control matchup following that. There's so much thought that has to go into this series as a whole, and I can't believe that we get a chance to watch all of it. Like, I'm just really excited to see what they end up locking in for this third and final game of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and take just a quick break to give players a little bit of a chance to reset there because this has been a long time for us. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick ad break. But when we come back, we're going to have the final game between Anna Fern and Trojanator.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Come on, breathe, breathe, breathe.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Necra, joined again by Dragon Rider, and we have had a heck of a series so far for our semifinals. Edelweiss is waiting in the grand finals for one of these amazing women to join her in the grands, and Fern and Trojanator tied up 1-1 in some long but riveting series so far.
Yes, absolutely. I am really excited. Hopefully we can just jump into this last game because I don't know about everybody else, but I want to find out who takes this last game. I want to find out who wins.
I'm super excited because the lineups are so different for both of these players. But when it comes down to it, Control Dex versus the Tempo Demon Hunter or the Bomb Warrior, I don't know, Dragon Rider. I think my bet's on the Control for this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably the route that we're going to see. It's probably not the one we want to see, but I think it's the one we will see.
Well, I'm super excited to see Trojanator back in this week's tournament as our 2019 winner. It's always great to see those returning players come back and play for the remaining weeks as well. So I just can't wait to get into this next game and see who's going to be taking it home. But let's talk about what's waiting for either of them in the grand finals. Edelweiss, a player that we've watched a couple of times now over the course of the day, is running a Galakrond Priest as well, but is also running the Spell Druid with the Malagos and the Egro Warrior. And when you take a look at those decks, who has the better shot if you're just looking at deck lists alone? I know it's a tough call, but
I don't know. I'm wondering if Edelweiss might have a slight advantage, but again, with these games going so long, some of these decks that Edelweiss has just kind of might run out of stuff. And that's not going to be good against these other control decks that these other women have brought. So maybe I don't know. Again, I think it's really just going to depend on which decks they queue into each other. That's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're still waiting to find out exactly what Andifern and Trojanator are deciding to do for their third and final game of the series. But Edelweiss is waiting and ready with the decks that we mentioned. But something else I want to point out too is just like the play styles are very, very different. Edelweiss has been playing to big combos and really setting up for the win conditions that are at hand when you take a look at the matchup specifically. And for Andifern and Trojanator, they've been long games, but they've also kind of had to play a little bit of a different pace in terms of how to get to the win condition and ultimately in some of these matches that the win condition has changed depending on what's on the board and kind of what's been happening. But we're ready to get into the last one. It is Warrior v Warrior, Bomb Warrior for Trojanator and Control Warrior for Andifern.
Yeah. And this Corsair Cache for Trojanator feels pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the other cards that is getting a little bit of a nerf next week that we keep kind of referencing.
And the armor begins.
Yeah.
Andifern definitely is like playing for the ability to build up armor every turn. I feel like that's just such a necessary part of playing the Control Warrior, just to kind of put yourself out of that range of risk. Because the Bomb Warrior, what it does really well is it like chunks down that damage. Those bombs go into the deck and then you pull them out and immediately 5 damage. And in this case, it's like unavoidable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a couple things here for Andifern, having this Ankar early is definitely going to be beneficial. You can pull the Pirates out of your deck with that Ankar and then on your turn actually be able to draw into your other resources to continue to draw or get armor or control the board, whatever it is that might help her out the most here. And we mentioned before the break that Sticky Finger, and that is now coming to hand. So with these Wrench Calibers on the side for Trojanator, and now this Sticky Finger, that could really change the tides here.
Yeah. Well, Trojanator is going to play the buffed one because makes sense, right? Go ahead and try to dish out as much damage as possible and put those bombs into the deck. But if Andifern decides to play the Sticky Finger next turn, that mitigates so much of the bomb potential.
Yeah.
And here it comes.
So good.
Oh, that stinks.
Right. It's really good for Andifern.
Yes. Not so much for Trojanator in this case. But you have another one, so it's not too bad.
You know, one thing that I did find a little bit interesting when we were looking at the deck list here, the Trojanator is actually running that Captain Greenskin in this list and is not running the Horde Pillager, which for those who may not have seen that one, that is a 4/2 pirate that re-equips a weapon that you've lost during the game or that you've had, which could re-equip another Wrench Caliber. But that's not going to be an option in this game, so that's going to be a little bit less bombs that are going to be coming out from Trojanator.
Which plays a little bit with your win condition, because you can't expect that damage to come through.
Right. And it will affect the Blastmaster Boom.
I've already started the finger counts. I know exactly how many bombs are in each deck.
Just don't mix up which fingers or which decks.
Which hand goes to which deck, right? I used to have dice actually to count it when it was more prevalent in the meta, but because it just really hasn't had as much dominance, I have since removed those dice from my desk. But I think like Trojanator's smartly holding on to this charge. Like I understanding like you can push the damage face, but I feel like it's a better choice to hold on to the last charge of the Wrench Caliber for a potential minion that comes out from Andifern, like an Armorsmith, for example, that you just want to try to mitigate some of that value from.
Yeah, or even holding it for that Blastmaster Boom. In case these bombs get drawn from Andifern's side, then that Blastmaster Boom, Trojanator can hit and then play that boom and at least get some sort of value from it.
Risky Skipper Armor Smith turn here, but Blood Boil Brute looks pretty good too. Or start putting out your big minions, and because then you have a really nice curve for next turn, which is Coin Ysera if you want to.
Yeah. And I really like just getting these bodies on board as well. Charginator could have played the Corsair Cache to draw the Ankar from the deck, but probably really don't need it right now. And, you know, putting these minions out on board makes Anafern kind of have to deal with them. One bomb out of the deck from Anafern.
2 bombs left for Trojanator. This is why the finger count is important.
Yeah.
I would have missed this. There's so many options for Anafern here for kind of what to do. I love Volpur Scoundrel. Maybe not necessarily for this play, but in the deck, I'm a fan.
Oh yeah, yeah, it can really add some great benefits and great discover effects because you know, sometimes you might just run out of resources and then all of a sudden you discover that and your opponent's not going to play around it. So yeah, but not for this turn. I don't think there was really anything that would have been a great find.
Yeah.
This still feels like a slightly weak turn from Anafern's side, but I think it's going to make the next turn stronger.
Really considering the Armor Smith play here. But Skyraider might be,
Yeah. Ooh. That's a really unfortunate pirate to find when you don't have a quest.
No, I go ooh just because I think it's like a fun card. But you're right. It's not what you want to see for the actual game plan.
Yeah, I think Trojanator was probably really hoping for Captain Greenskin or maybe even a Sticky Finger just to try to steal some weapons back. I'm gonna go for some draw here.
Good
this.
Battle Rage.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to play something here. Coin the
Evil Quartermaster, maybe?
Yeah. So you get a lackey, but you still played 2 things, so you're not going to overdraw next turn, and you just got a bunch more armor. So yeah, I really like this from Trojanator.
No, super, super good play. And I feel like this puts Anafern behind quite a bit, especially because we mentioned the turn prior just didn't really feel like Anafern was really generating too much.
Yeah.
So now this has to be a big setup turn.
I mean, this Plague of Wrath pickup was nice.
Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Trojanator kind of set that up for Anafern.
Dragon Rider, what's scarier? The animation for Plague of Death or Reliquary of Souls?
Ooh. Asking the hard questions tonight. Oh, jeez. I still want to say Reliquary. It's just so creepy. Plus, you know, like, that's coming down, and then you know what's going to come later, too.
Yeah.
And it's a little terrifying. At least the Plague of Wrath, you're like, all right, well, that was scary for a second, and then it's over.
2 bombs in the deck.
All right.
Still hasn't used the Livewire Lance. I feel like...
Yeah, it's been kind of sitting there for a while. All right.
And then drawing the second one, too. Oh, bombs. High roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
wow.
That's actually really good damage.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Trojanator. I think a turn where you have to play double Skipper, double Armor Smith, it's probably not an ideal turn.
Ooh, Plague of
Take
Wrath?
another Plague, yeah.
I don't hate it. Just because, like, especially in the warrior
Yeah.
matchup, you know your opponent's gonna just set it up so well for you.
Yeah. But answers this boom really nicely this turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But Corsair
Cash finally coming out, picking up that
with the
Ankar.
Ankar.
Trojanator knows exactly what she wants to be doing here. She's just going in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's not waiting around.
That was just so clean, right? You
Yeah,
know
it
what the
was.
big threat is for the warrior. It's gonna be the armor smith, so you can't get out of range.
Yeah. Alright. Gonna pick up some more 1-cost spells here, but did draw at the beginning of the turn that Blade Storm, which is
Mhm.
going to be really nice with that Plague that was picked up.
Zera, finally time.
Alright. There's what, one last pirate? Yep, Captain Greenskin. There he is! Finally made an appearance.
Mm-hmm. Which, like, kind of too bad that the Captain Greenskin is there for the Ankar, which you're not gonna have value from the draw, but at least you get a chance to
Yeah.
like
It's more damage, at least.
more damage.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh,
Alright,
Draconic
playing
Laughter
that.
too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, Nozdormu.
Oh man.
Alright.
Oh gosh, in a matchup where you really need to be thinking about your plays.
Yep.
Oh, Nozdormu just put such a wrench into that.
Yeah.
Play it.
I'm wondering here, though, this is a lot of damage from
No, it is.
Trojanator. And that Skipper Gromosh is a lot of extra damage, too. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure if Andafern can go in on the Nas this turn. Or at least has
No.
to do some clearing or something. Yeah.
Wait.
Clears, though. And then the Nas. Alright. Oh, bomb comes out.
That's all the bombs out of Trojanator's deck.
Alright. Gonna go for the Skipper. Here we
And the
go.
Gromish. Yeah, just send all
Alright.
that damage face.
Yeah.
Two off. Two off
Yeah.
lethal. But that puts you in such a good position because, I mean, you Nozdormu and you almost have to
Yeah.
brawl here.
Yep. I mean, is it? Or it's just a Plague? Yeah.
A Plague, yeah.
And then Armor. That was the final weapon from Trojanator, though, so no more weapon damage. Just gonna have to
Wow.
rely on these minions now. You know, again, looking at this hand from Trojanator, it is just a ton of removal over on that left side of the hand.
Mhm.
I think we've seen that multiple games now.
Yeah, absolutely. Brawls,
Yeah.
blades.
And just looking at the deck size there, Trojanator is going to be hitting that fatigue.
Oh no! Did
much before-
Trojanator miss the window of opportunity? That's kind of
Yeah.
the tough question here because
Might
Battle
have.
Rage. That's not what you want here.
No.
You're on your last card, so shield block. Gotta use it now or never.
Ugh.
And
Yeah.
I think Trojanator might have run out of time.
Yeah. And what, Andafern still has that Elysiana somewhere in the deck?
Yeah.
But, I mean, this feels just about over. I mean, there's no minions in hand for Trojanator. It's just all removal. But that fatigue is just going to end the game, I think. maybe some. I don't even. Yeah, I think it's just
I
over.
think Trojanator knows that there's no more gas left in the tank after such a grueling series. Andifern, with that armor regeneration, is just gonna be too out of reach. That combo missed the mark by 2 damage, Dragon Rider. We were so close, but then Nozdurmu, I feel like, just put us in that position of just like, it's now or never, right? Instead of really just... Oh, what an incredible series, though, between these two players. There's a reason why they both made it to the semifinals, but what a series, Andifern making it through.
Yeah, I feel like that was really well played by both of them, but yeah, I think some of the ways that the decks were built kind of really showed through in some of those matches.
Yeah.
And some of those card choices. And in that last game, I really feel like the card that was kind of the shining star was that Sticky Finger.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to steal the Wrench Caliber, I just feel like put Andifern out of range, because ultimately what ended up happening were 3 bombs in the deck. Andifern didn't draw through the deck as quickly as we saw in game 2, which left her so much space to work with when she only drew 1 of the 3 bombs. So that's definitely where this semifinal ends. We're going to be coming back to you with the grand finals of week 1 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Hearthstone circuit right after the short break. So grab a snack and then buckle down for the last series of the day.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
I never thought I'd feel this way.
No, don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Come on, breathe.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro. My name is Nekra, and this is Dragon Rider, and we are so excited to bring you the grand finals of week 1 of our 9-week series. Dragon Rider, what's coming up on tap for everybody watching?
Yeah, we've seen both of these ladies on stream already tonight. We have Andy Fern, who we just saw take that win, playing Priest, Warrior, and the Shaman list, which we did not get to see in that last series. And Edelweiss bringing Warrior, this Malygos Druid, and Priest as well. So I am really excited to just get this started. I'm just let's go. It's the finals. I don't know.
I know.
Maybe I'm just way
so
too excited, but I don't know.
I think that's the proper level of excitement for a grand finals, honestly.
So, yes.
But for those of you that are watching or maybe tuning in for the first time to see who's taking home week 1, let's tell you a little bit about what you're even watching. Supergirl Gamer Pro for the 2020 season has 3 online tournaments ranging from July 10th to September 6th in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and the game that you're watching right now, Hearthstone. So if you didn't get a chance to sign up for week 1's tournament, each tournament's standalone. So head over to www.supergirlgamerpro.com to check out the tournaments ahead and sign up, because each of these tournaments gets you points, Dragon Rider. Talk us through those points.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for this Hearthstone specifically, these are 16-player brackets. But you know what? Forget the points. There's a lot of points at stake. First place 100, second place 50. But we are in game. And Edelweiss on the Warrior and Andifern on the Priest. Feels like we've seen this matchup before.
We've seen this matchup once upon a time, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of things at play here, right? So if those of you that are watching didn't get a chance to see that riveting match between Andifern and Trojanator, what are we looking out for, Dragon Rider, between this Control Warrior and this Galakrond Priest?
Well, I think it's a little bit interesting because I think Edelweiss is bringing this Egg Warrior.
I have it all backwards.
That's okay. I mean, it can get on board a little bit, but the thing is that overall, Priest is actually just really favored against Warriors in general. So I feel like Edelweiss coming into this is a little bit unfavored here. We'll see. I mean, you mentioned earlier about how well Edelweiss has been setting up these boards. She definitely clearly knows this deck very well. And, not to say that Andifern doesn't know Priest, because by all means, she definitely does. So I'm curious to see, with both of these players knowing these matchups, is Andifern going to keep that favorable position going in? Because on paper, that Priest is favored.
Yeah. When we got a chance to see Edelweiss in round 1 and round 2, was a lot about those big combos and really playing to the Warriors' advantage in terms of setting up for those win conditions, and specifically the Grommash win condition at the very end. That's something that we unfortunately saw a miss from Trojanator for that last match when it was so close, right? I think that match could have gone any way. But that's what we've really seen Edelweiss do such a good job of playing to their outs, is with that Grommash, and you can see the Grommash is already in hand.
Yeah. And I really like that play from Andifern, just getting on board, coining out the resource, but really getting on board. This high health is pretty difficult for Warrior to deal with. And with this being that egg variant, there's really not a lot of removal. So this feels like a really good position for Andifern to be in.
Yeah, risky skipper though, like a really big risky skipper turn coming through here, which is going to maybe help to kind of clear out one of these fiends. Let's see what this bomb does. Ooh, not
enough.
Not enough to clear it, but it is enough for the Inkar. But you can't clear both.
Yeah. And also interesting here, this Horde Pillager being found for Edelweiss that I kind of mentioned in that last series. So there it is. We might get to see it in action.
Mind Flayer here? No, well, do you just tempo it out?
What are you playing it on, though? I guess the Bomb Wrangler?
I mean...
Not sure.
That's not a terrible option if you're looking at the options that are on board.
Yeah.
I don't mind the tempo play here, knowing that you can just... Yeah.
Just going to try to clear, really just try to keep that board. And that's really important in this matchup for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so many eggs in hand. You know what? That's really, really interesting because when we got a chance to see Edelweiss run this warrior before, the serpent eggs didn't really actually get a chance to come into play. But now we see both in hand. That's super interesting. That adds just another layer and dynamic to this matchup.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate from Edelweiss's side because I think you're really wanting to get those eggs out a little bit earlier in the game. And you're looking to pair them with other things in the deck that we also don't see that she has.
That was a high roll, though, for those bombs.
Those bombs were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, finding, like, the Terran Gorefiend to, trigger those eggs early in the game, buff them up with Inner Rages and Rampages to really start getting early pressure against the Priest is more so what you're looking for with them. They don't feel super great in this position on board here. But Edelweiss finds a way to actually get through this and clear the board.
In a pretty clean way, too. Sothic. What is that Sothic going to find? Ooh.
Yeah,
that's
that's really good if this bomb actually hits the egg. Or she can just trade into the egg anyways. Oh my gosh, wow.
That was
really
perfect.
nice.
The Shadow Word Pain. And you're getting more value from your Sothic as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
what
was
a good
exactly
feeling.
What I was looking for. Okay.
I don't mind Livewire Lance here or the Warmaw Challenger.
Yeah. Maybe just see what lackey you find first. Okay. I really like playing out that faceless lackey first, just to make sure it's not Doomsayer. But in this case, I don't know. Even if it is Doomsayer, you might still want to clear that Sothic. Just because it can create so much value. And the priest can find a way to clear the Doomsayer anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Renew. Power Infusion? Ooh, but Thoughtsteal?
Thoughtsteal seems pretty good.
I like the Thoughtsteal.
Yeah.
Ooh, finds another
Alright.
Bomb Wrangler and a Livewire Lance. That's not great for the Thoughtsteal, but it's just thinking just about the fact that it was free Thoughtsteal.
Yeah.
Not too bad either. Do you play the Livewire Lance or heal? Yeah, I think you heal.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Oh,
Yes.
Rampage? Oh, with the Warmaw Challenger?
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't play them both in the same turn until it's turn 10. And then you really have to rely on an Inner Rage in hand as well.
Oh, that's
or
true.
You'd already have to have Risky Skipper on board that lived. I wonder if it's worth using the Rampage now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The warm-up challenger is right there. It looks so good to be able to use the Rampage on, and that's like my favorite combo ever for this deck. That's because it's so good. And you have the Titanic Lackey as well to just buff it for 2 more health.
I mean,
Send
that
it
time rip
face.
just answers it so easily, though. But push a little more damage and force that removal.
Yeah, Edelweiss is in a position right now that you're pushing for getting Gromish. You're pushing for your Gromish combo.
Yeah.
I mean, as the priest, you can't deal with all of this easily.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not really a spot that Andy Fern wants to be in as the priest.
That's something that I love about the Aggro Warrior deck, though, is like it's kind of in the name, right? It can get off to a running start, which makes it very, very difficult to. Yeah. Oh, Rampage again.
Another Rampage.
You can get through the Warmail Challenger easily with what's here. You even have Blood Boil Brute as well.
Yeah, I really like attacking here first, finding the Lackey. Maybe not necessarily that Lackey, though. Maybe it's going to be useful here just to get something going. Can involve the Brute. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, what a good evolve.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
That's so. I'm just looking at it from the fact that it has 12 health too, right? It's just so hard for the priest to actually get through because now you have 2 big threats on board.
Yep.
Just do it. At this point, you're hoping for the Gromish.
Oh yeah.
You're 4 damage off.
4 damage though is enough for the Gromosh to even. It doesn't even need to be.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, doesn't need to be damaged.
Comes in clutch.
Oh, that plague.
Plague of Death?
Can it be played this turn though? No, I don't think so.
No. You have the silence. That does that. I mean, that helps, but you were so looking for the Plague of Death to be able to clear everything off. Time Rip and Silence have to be the answer here.
Yeah, gonna have to heal up for another 2 as well.
Yeah, you can't miss
Clear
the
off
heal.
Lackey. Yeah.
But
Wait,
but let's find out what comes off the top. Oh, it's an execute.
Okay.
No.
I wonder if she still goes for the Gromosh here. Maybe just the Horde Pillager? Yeah, get a weapon. Okay. Alright. Generate another Lackey. This is also really good if she can find Cobalt Lackey. It's not enough still this turn, but
just in case you need that extra bit of damage or you want to push that damage onto your Gromish, it's there for you for the combination next turn. And
yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
I don't know how Andy Fern finds a way around this. Oh, well.
Well, Holy Nova?
I mean...
Maybe?
It's still not going to be enough, though, because we have this caster vision, of course, right? We can see that there's this Gromosh for 10 damage is going to happen. There's no taunt available.
I mean, you can see what you find, but we see into the future.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Cobalt Lackey is not going to be enough. That's it.
Let's watch this play out. A couple of ways to do it now with the Corcoran Elite also in hand, but this is the flashy way. Cobalt Lackey for the 2 damage to enrage this Gromish and steal the final blow yet again for this Aggro Warrior for Edelweiss, giving them a 1-0 lead in this grand finals.
You say flashy way to finish it. I say absolute best way to finish it. That's how we want to see that Warrior win. And that is an unfortunate loss for Andy Fern, though, because like I mentioned, that should be more of a favorable matchup for the Priest. So maybe a little bit hard there, and I'm not sure exactly where she's at mentally. She's played this series before this. That was just a grueling, long series. She might be getting fatigued at this point, and that could be a really tough loss. So I want to see how she turns this around, tries to come back, but we also have seen Edelweiss just coming out strong.
Well, we saw it once before. May as well see it again. It is this Galakrond Priest matchup on match point here for the grand finals of Supergirl Gamer Pro Week 1. Mulligan really important here, and it's a really interesting choice for both of these players. I feel like Andafern is kind of debating whether or not to keep this Soul Mirror right now.
Yeah.
But I love the Imprisoned Vile Fiends. I think.
Yeah, especially on coin too. You can coin one out. Yeah.
Keep it
like
all.
this here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, actually cleared out that apotheosis.
Oh, interesting. Oh, but yeah, coin it out.
Yeah, start getting on board. We do see one of the Vile Fiends as well here from Andy Fern. But the rest of the hand, slightly clunky. Not going to be able to do much these next couple turns, unless she draws into something.
And the Escape Mana Saber coming up so early for Edelweiss.
Yeah.
This is a really great curve to be on for her.
Yeah. And into that Grave Rune as well.
Yeah.
Being able to
with the
potentially...
Hedge Clan
Oh, yeah.
right off the
There
top.
it
This
goes.
is looking so good.
She didn't even hesitate with that one. Just rip that off the top. Get it out there. Top deck's
Yeah.
coming from the other side too, though.
The Apotheosis comes in clutch for sure, and
Yeah.
the Renew as well, just to be able to bring that back up to full. Makes this an awkward turn for Edelweiss just a little bit. I almost say go for the Renew again.
Yeah, I feel like there could be an argument for each of these. We've seen a lot of those power infusions tonight, but that Forbidden Words, just extra single target removal seems pretty good. Yeah, not really a way to clear Andy Fern's minion here.
What do the cards say?
I wonder if it's still just the Mana Saber on curve?
It's not a bad option, especially because the Fiend might go after Edelweiss's Fiend.
Yeah.
But do you want to take that risk? I don't know. That's it's a really tough call. Like again, it would have been an easy turn had that Fiend not get a chance to renew itself.
I mean, the fun play that I hope chat is saying, we want to see that Mind Games. I hope chat is rooting for the Mind Games there. But yeah, it does go with that.
Whoa,
that saber
Psyche
there.
split.
Oh, yeah. Really nice find for Andy Fern.
Yeah, it makes those first couple of turns that Andifern had that were a little awkward less awkward. These top decks have been coming in super, super, super clutch.
Yeah. On both sides, really. They're just drawing into some really nice answers here. All right, gonna go for that renew. right. Might be having a little bit of a spectator bug, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Must be a tough choice.
Yeah. We'll get to see something magically appear.
Ah,
All
Inner
right.
Fire.
Inner Fire, okay.
Mind games.
Let's do it. Nope.
Maybe.
I don't mind the Grave Rune either. I think this sets up really nicely for the Inner Fire Psyche split next turn on that saber.
Mm-hmm.
And getting multiple mana sabers against your mirror match opponent is actually really good. You just get to outvalue them so much because you can gain multiple mana extra each turn.
Yeah.
Find some mass to spell.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good for Andy Fern there. Just gonna go for it. Oof.
I don't think that's quite what you want to see from the mind games.
No. I think some of the minions that she was hoping for are already in Andy Fern's hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, super expensive hand for Andifern.
Yeah. But it really feels like Andy Fern is in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, two buffed fiends, like, and then you put the skeletal dragon on top of it. There's just so much damage, and already Edelweiss is at 17 health with very little recovery available. Even Hench Clan Sneak, like,
yeah, the Soul Mirror though. I mean, she will get healing from that. It just doesn't clear any of the other boards, so it feels bad in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Psyche split?
To get the healing?
Yeah, I mean, the Psyche split and Inner Raid can heal it? How would you do that? There's not enough mana, unfortunately, to Psyche split, heal, and Inner Fire. Yeah. That would be an amazing swing for Edelweiss, though, if she could do that.
I think you have to...
Yeah, it's still... Yeah. Just go with the Inner Fire and clear off the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Another Vile Fiend.
Ay, ay, ay. Soul Mirror time?
Yeah.
Just to get more
Really?
healing on the board.
Absolutely. Still, unfortunately, does not clear either of those.
Mm-mm. Yeah, but at this point, you're just trying to survive until they fall. And hope that has bought you enough time to get some of these bigger minions on board. But Holy Nova's going to deny the rest of that healing if that's the case. And
Yep.
and another Psyche split. Oh my goodness.
You know, I want to take back my previous statement. I said before that tonight was all about those primes. I think really the theme of tonight has just been copies of minions. Just copies and repeat minions everywhere.
Absolutely. But It's not going to go to fatigue this time. Edelweiss has seen the end of game 2, goes ahead and scoops it to Andefern, and now we're tied up 1-1. Stakes are even higher now for the grand finals, where that Galakrond Priest for Andefern is off the table, and so is that Aggro Warrior for Edelweiss. That comfort now kind of gone for both of these players as they have to figure out what to queue next.
Yeah, so Edelweiss also has that priest, and then again that druid, but looks like Edelweiss going with the priest again.
Yeah, and Andefern kind of figuring that's the case, goes with the control warrior.
Yeah. No minions here on Edelweiss's side. Oh. Proves me wrong. Just draws into one. No big deal.
May as well.
Right. It's a pretty decent turn 1 to draw into. Alright. Gets a buffed up Lance. Doesn't find the Ankar. But there's a lot of lackey generation possibility here for Andefern.
Lackey. Not bad. Yeah, I'm looking at the double live wire land.
Yeah. Alright. Just gonna play something not on board, and Andefern, not really a lot going on in the hand yet, but I'm trying to find something with the lackeys here. Another Corsair cache. Probably not what she's looking for. The sweeping strikes? Or just a whirlwind.
Whirlwind.
Yeah. Whirlwind works pretty well with some of the other resources in her deck.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking of.
And especially looking at the hand that she has here, just a lot of lackeys. If she takes the sweeping strike, she's not really going to get to play it. Or she'll play it on something small, but okay.
Corsair cache it is.
Really wants to find that Ankar. Another Cobalt Spellkin. Rips that mind games. Oh my gosh. All right. That emote's
I love the
coming out.
emotes coming through.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I let the Corsair cache just go ahead and rip. I mean, the Cobalt spell skins don't look too bad either. But
yeah, I think the thing here is it's just a little bit awkward in terms of trying to clear these minions, and if Andefern wants to clear them, how does she do that? Yeah, I like the shield slam. I mean, making a copy of that Kargath Prime with not even Apotheosis, but putting a Grave Rune or Psyche Split on it, pretty intimidating. So I really like that, clearing that off.
yeah, here's where the Goblin Lackey comes through. Just a nice clean clear.
Yeah.
And Kronks, why not? Go ahead and let it rip. What a good thing to have for the coin.
Yeah. Edelweiss hoping that Kronks can maybe just stick on board and she can start doing some Grave Rune shenanigans or just something. Keep a board here, but not gonna happen. All right.
Sethic's not bad, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good target for that Grave Rune. Alright. Yeah. Not really going to ever be a target for that sticky finger.
Ooh, Imprison Vile Fiend, but no, this is
Yeah.
Apotheosis time.
Yeah. Oh, finds another soul mirror.
Ooh. I don't mind penance here either, just to get some value
Yeah.
from the Sethic. Yeah, go face.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the deck list, there's not really a reason for Edelweiss to trade and damage that when Andifern is probably just going to trade into it and damage it anyways. So, yeah, I like pushing that damage there. Make Andifern use her resources.
So many choices.
Shield block.
Blade Storm not doing much this turn.
No, you need to find a way to deal with the Sethic.
Yeah.
But that is a tough ask, except you could also use your face.
Yeah, the really tough thing now is that now Edelweiss has two. So
yeah, but you were gonna have to deal with that at some point
Yeah.
anyway. So you may as well go ahead and pop the Death Rattle and an Apotheosis again off the top. Just so much damage coming in, and ooh, Dark Prophecy.
this won't generate more spells, but Edelweiss is already looking at a somewhat large hand size here, so generating too many spells, especially if she can't play them, can potentially cause her to overdraw next turn, so... chip away at that armor.
It's been really hard for Andifern to actually generate armor in this particular matchup. Just no risky skipper combos.
Yeah. And I wonder if that's part of why she really wanted to get that Ankar online. She took a skipper or a Corsair cache from a Discover to really just try to get that Ankar and start drawing into those things to find that skipper. Another Sethic
Mind
here.
Player? Oh
no. Ooh, does this have to be just a trade in Holy Nova?
Yeah, I think it has to.
I mean, if Edelweiss had one more mana, she could have done the Mind Flayer and Galakron, but unfortunately didn't have the mana to do that this turn.
But that leaves you with like Dark Prophecy and Galakron next turn.
Yeah. Alright. The Blade Storm doing work, clearing off that big dragon.
Shield block in hand. Well, Galakron looks nice here. And I think you just go ahead and... I think you have to Hero Power to start generating.
Another
Mind Flayer.
Yeah, that seems okay. That seems pretty decent.
I don't mind when you know what's coming next for the warrior.
Yeah.
Maybe... No.
All right. Yeah, a little bit tough here. See what you get from the Spellkin. Anything useful? Just gonna clear something out of the hand
Yeah.
to not overdraw.
I mean, there's so many pieces
Yeah.
in Andifern's hand that I just feel like are just not really doing too much at the moment. You just kind of have to get them out and make some room.
Yeah, a little bit of a reactive hand.
Ooh.
All right, just going for the biggest body.
Plays a Mind Flayer as well.
Yeah,
And-
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
It's kind of going for board. It doesn't really seem like she needs to try to be greedy and save that for some big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some pretty decent clears here, though.
Ooh, Plague of Wrath. I like Ramp. Honestly, these are such good choices. I don't really know
Yeah.
what to pick here, but
I like this proactive rampage here.
mm-hmm. Oh, but the Kargoth Prime.
Yeah, that is a thing that is now in Edelweiss's deck.
I would
Well,
I would
now in her
almost
hand.
wait though for like Psyche Split or something like that to come through. Just like to play the Kargoth, right? It's such a big minion. It's such a good
Yeah.
asset to have.
And it's really difficult because she won't be able to play them both in the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ooh.
Do you battle rage in order to just like?
I don't think you need the card draw though.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about the rest of the deck.
Yeah.
Upgrade's not terrible because you have the live wire lance, but it's the
Yeah.
last weapon that you have.
I think it's just generating those lackeys to find more things.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, but you don't want to overdraw either, so you gotta
Yeah.
play more cards this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well.
Nice clear.
Definitely working on building that armor back up. Kind of got low for a little while, but it's coming back.
Oh yeah, I gotta make the comeback, right?
Right.
Ooh,
All right.
it might be Kargoth. Kargoth time. Oh, if it sticks around, that is just so good for Edelweiss.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Andifern's gonna let that happen with the Shield Slam in hand.
Yeah, no. I like this ordering too, just clearing more out of your hand to get
Mm-hmm.
get these one drops.
And gets rid of the
Alright.
light well.
Yeah. Just don't let priest have minions, I think is the
The
strat
game plan.
here. Yep,
Yeah.
I like it. This feels like a pretty sad soul mirror if you try that.
Mm-hmm. I think you tap.
Just
figure
yeah,
out
just
what
hero
you
power
pick up from
and-
that.
It's not bad. It's at least a body. Doesn't really do much right now though.
better than what's in the rest of the hand, except for maybe doing some spell shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, if you do, is it Sethic Time Rip? I mean, no. Gonna save the Sethic.
Yeah, just make sure you don't overdraw either.
Yep. That's kind of been something that both players have had to really watch this game.
Mm-hmm. The card draw has been aplenty, so.
Yeah.
But so has the Lackey generation.
Just, yeah. Lackey's the whole game.
Yeah. I think this really comes down to what is going to get drawn off of the Archivist Elysiana for Andafern.
Yep, absolutely.
We're
I
definitely
completely
getting
agree.
to that point.
Yeah.
This timeline amuses me.
And we're getting closer.
Yeah. And both players are getting pretty low in their decks and how many cards they have left.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's going to be a +1 into the deck for Andafern. Spell Lackey. All right.
Ooh. I like, kind of like Molten Breath here.
I do too. Potential removal plus armor. You're not really looking for that draw.
Yeah, it almost seems like an easier choice when you're faced with that, knowing what the end game looks like.
Yeah. All right, there's that Psyche split. Let's see.
Ooh, Psychopomp.
Psychopomp.
That could be huge.
Bring back Kargath Prime. Hey?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Deathwing? Okay.
All right, that is something. All right, this game got a little more exciting there.
Yeah, oh, what a good card to get off of the Psychopomp. Like, there could have been some whiffs in there for sure. Yeah. So 12-12, definitely something that you like to see.
Yeah. Yeah, Edelweiss is probably pretty happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be able to get rid of a lot of that armor very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But Risky Skipper.
I guess it's just... What do you play, though? The other Skipper?
Doesn't feel very good to do that.
No. Because it looks like Andafern is going to go for like a Skipper something, and you have to go for the Plague, and then you're left with a 12-1. Oh, that was the order Andafern wanted to see, though.
Mm-hmm.
That was
absolutely
good. Yeah. She went. There was a 50-50 that it went the absolute wrong direction for her, but
yeah,
that worked out much better. Actually, I guess with the whirl, it's fine because both of the minions actually were at 1 health at the end of that. So even if it hit the 12-12, it still would have cleared.
Do you envoy Lazul here? Do you try to get the Archivist?
Oh. Maybe.
Well, imagine.
Oh. Or another Kargath even, if that shows up.
We've seen a lot.
All right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but it's not in the...
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Ah.
Which one is she going to go for here? Nope.
It's too bad.
Oh,
it was right there. It was right there.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But you got to go for the thing that is going to be a win condition for you. Or help you get to the end. Do you just play it if you're Andafern? off the top.
Probably, yeah. Cool.
Oh, sometimes there's just nothing
Alright.
you can do about that.
Yeah.
Ooh, but Soul Mirror, that might be an interesting choice.
Because I think hers would be the one attacking, so she's going to gain armor here from Edelweiss's side, right? And Andy Fern shouldn't gain any more armor. Yeah. Not bad.
Not a bad way to go, that's for sure.
Clear and gain 10 armor. Seems good.
Oh, but you know, it's an interesting kind of thought process. Do you go with the Soul Mirror that came off the top, or do you go with the one that you generated, right?
Yeah. I kind of like... She played the one from her deck, and I kind of like that. Because I think it's... Now that Andy Fern has seen that, if she tries to go with some board... You know, especially after Elysiana comes down, maybe she tries to get on board with something, and now Edelweiss has the second Soul Mirror waiting that was generated that Andy Fern just really can't play around.
Yeah.
It's just too difficult to try to play around so many cards that were generated. Oh my gosh,
Ooh,
Fate Weaver again.
Always seems to come in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has been such a back and forth game so far for both of these players. Like, I just feel like we've seen just a swap in driver's seat for most of the game.
Yeah.
And even still, like, I honestly couldn't tell you who's more ahead. It just comes down to this archivist.
Yeah. I think that and these minions that are being generated, kind of like we saw in that Priest Mirror in the other series, where all of those primes were generated. Alright. I also like that attack with the stealth from Edelweiss. Just knowing that there's Blade Storms and Brawls anyways. Might as well just push that damage. The Brawl especially.
So many choices.
I feel like the Brawl is in such a prime position right now. There's 16 damage on the board. But, like, are you worried about the 16 damage where...
Yeah.
You could push...
I mean, if you do, I think you skip her and then... Nope, gonna go for something else here. Just the Plague.
Plague of Wrath.
Yeah. Really might be the... Not necessarily the last chance or the best chance, but one of the only times that Edelweiss might go even somewhat wide on board. So I do kind of like using that that Plague there. Potentially could use a Brawl later. Even on a board that's only two minions wide for Edelweiss.
This story deserves a new one.
All right. Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. This is an archivist.
Oh, the Colossus. I'm getting way too excited about these picks. This Elysiana is way better, I think, than the one we saw before.
Oh, no, not even a question.
Heroic Strike?
Like,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no. That's, big game changer for the state of the series. But maybe Psychopomp?
Oh.
No.
Nope.
That's what you would call a whiff.
Yes. Just gonna try to keep generating a little bit more and see. Okay. It's not the worst find. Right. 1 mana, Shadow or Death. Seems good.
Yeah, but now Brawl looks so good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also still the Blade Storm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would
Blade
clear
Storm-
off quite a bit of this board.
Yeah, it still is a little bit awkward. But yeah, just Brawl coming down here. Okay.
Be born again.
And Afern has been really patient with those skippers and removals.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what you want, though, coming up from the Control Warrior.
Yeah.
Remember, it's about reserving those resources so that you have enough clears to get you to the end of the game where
Yeah.
you can finally just have more resources than your opponent, which is what the Archivist Elysiana is really for. And man, did Andofern find some really, really good resources from that card.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
This is going to be a tough one for Edelweiss to come back from, I think.
Yeah. Really think she's gonna have to generate something incredibly amazing from that hero power.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just not even sure what that is.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those hero powers have been kind of whiffs so far. And oh, here's one of the first from the Archivist that Edelweiss gets a chance to peek at.
It's also a little terrifying when you say the first of, because that means there's more. And that's a little
true.
scary.
Oh, yes.
And that Aeon Reaver doesn't even clear that. Usually the Aeon Reaver is pretty good against dragons because they're things like 8/8s, 12/12s, but against a 4/12, not doing much. But Time Rip, good.
Time Rip is good.
Wow.
Mind Flayer's not bad for the second copy of Zuzera.
Yeah. So many Mind Flayers this game, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Yeah, trying to just generate something from the Sethic. I feel like Edelweiss is looking for something more impactful than Penance, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ooh.
like that? That's a little more
Like
impactful.
Mass Resurrect?
Yeah. All right, one of those Cairns coming into hand. Well, this is a really nice Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Does she want to go with the Cairn?
I don't see why not.
Maybe debating about the hero power. Okay.
Reserving some resources. Ooh, Psyche Split, Mass Resurrection. What are you gonna get?
Oh,
Ooh.
wow. Okay.
That's very good.
Yeah, seems pretty good.
The Kargoth, oh my goodness.
Yeah, getting another Prime in the deck after this 4/4 dies. Ooh.
Unsleeping Soul might not be a terrible card if you wanted to... If you didn't care about the armor generation and just cared about raw damage.
Yeah, just make another 10/10.
Oh, but you have to worry about the second copy of Brawl.
Yeah. I think I did like the same pick here, but what... I'm curious what it's going to be used on. Nope, there's that Brawl.
No more armor for now.
Yeah.
But now the brawl's out of the way, so you can Mind Flayer with peace of mind.
If this doesn't get cleared, does Edelweiss Psyche split this Kargath? For 10-10s? Grave Rune as well? Oh, yeah. There's gonna be so many primes. So many primes.
You have to. You just have to. That's your out here to deal with
Absolutely.
all the gas that Andifern has left.
Yeah. Yeah, like, well, not...
No, I think those hero
everything.
powers have been mostly duds this
Yeah.
entire game.
Ooh, alright. That dream, pretty good. Pretty good for Andifern there.
But Psyche
Another
split,
Psyche
ready
split.
to go. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Kinda
Okay, I
debating.
like it. No, I really,
Hmm.
really like it. I think that... Well, it doesn't give you full health. It does
Oh, yeah.
make the clear nice and clean.
Oh, yeah, it still clears. And the nice thing, too, is that attacking with that first and discovering kind of gave her another option before she spent all the mana on the
Mhm.
Psyche split. So in case she found something else that she would rather have done, then she had the mana available to do that.
Yeah, that was just the perfect thing to get off of the Mass Resurrect.
Yeah.
It really brought Edelweiss back into this
That's-
one, because for a
yeah.
while it did look like Andifern was kind of in that driver's seat again.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing here is just going to be when these get cleared. I mean, from Andifern's side, if she doesn't clear them, then Edelweiss just does exactly this and just starts smacking her in the face. But Edelweiss maybe a little bit worried about that too, making sure there's not going to be something crazy that can come from Andifern's side and just get some armor potential going in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is also a really scary board that Andifern has to deal with.
No brawls.
Nope. Still has this Armor Smith and Plague, though. That's kind of the last of the removals.
Yeah, and there's so many Kargoth Primes that
Yeah.
are coming this way.
Yeah.
Like, holy moly.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with the, wow, I mean, bringing, and not only both back, like,
So many choices.
there was the regular Kargath that had the Death Rattle, but then also the 10-10 that also just made it really awkward for Andifern. So I had to pick and choose which one. And yeah, Edelweiss was just able to just take that and completely run away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Andifern finds here.
That's a lot of damage. That's 13
Yeah.
health left, and even though you can use the Plague of Wrath risky skipper combo,
Yeah, it's
it's not looking too good for a comeback.
no. I mean, then you're gonna have to start dealing with the 10-10s, and how does she answer that?
Yeah, you're just running out of clears.
Yeah. And I mean, she doesn't really have a choice at this point, though. If she doesn't clear this right now, she's kind of dead.
Yeah.
So she's at least have to go for the clear here and just
hope it's enough.
Yeah.
That still leaves 2 more Kargoth on board.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Another Kargath in hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, just gonna use the heroic strike to clear.
Yeah. Sets up the second, or it sets up the mortal strike, but
no, just start playing the primes.
Yeah. The golden one. Gotta get that golden one out there.
Yeah, that was a choice.
Yes.
That was a choice.
Yeah, so this double mortal strike just still not gonna be enough. You clear one and then she just plays another 10-10 next turn.
Well, you can't even clear it with your face.
No. Well, the mortal strikes are just targeting, right? So
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But
I mean, but again, Edelweiss just going to follow up with another 10-10.
yeah, but you got to do what you got to do, and I really appreciate that Yennefer is playing to her outs here, but it's when you get to these end games, you see the snowball come through, and you can tell that primes are coming.
Yeah, and we saw Andy Fern throw out that well played last turn. You know, she recognizes that was her last hope. She's basically out here.
Is it cold in the shadows?
I like the freeze.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait, no, didn't hero power. It didn't matter, though. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
congratulations to Edelweiss for taking week 1 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Hearthstone series. And commiserations to Andifern. Still taking home 75 points for this week, which is super impressive, making it all the way to the end with an impressive number of series. But it is Edelweiss that comes out on top for this week.
Absolutely. But we really did see some incredible games tonight. So really well played from everybody that participated. And thank you to all of the players that played and everybody who has been hanging out in the stream, watching all of this unfold. Thank you for all of the support and being here with us. And we hope that you'll continue to join us every Sunday night.
Every Sunday night for Hearthstone action. And we also have some action for League of Legends and CSGO on Friday and Saturday for 9 weeks of the summer, all leading up to that championships that are going to be happening October 3rd and 4th. Missed out on this week? Then go to www.supergirlgamerpro.com and check out how you can get involved for our next upcoming tournaments. Open to all women players, so make sure you find a team, find some friends, and join in the fun. And thanks have to go to our amazing sponsors as well, Zenny Gaming, Nissan, the U.S. Air Force, and the U.S. Marine Corps, as well as GameStop and ASA Entertainment for even allowing this event to happen at all. Without you, Supergirl Gamer Pro would not be able to be possible, so thank you so much for your support on that front too. And with that, I think, Dragon Rider, we have been here for the gambit of the evening. And we thank everybody who's been able to stick with us. But for now, we will say goodnight. And we'll catch you guys next Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Don't hold on to me.
It's all worth it.
Ladies, Chris.
I hear that's really bad for you.
What? No, this is about finding true love.
No, I mean the screen.
Oh, no, we're all good there. These Zenny lenses, they block the blue light.
I mean, that's still really bad for you.
This is amazing. Please go away.
Chelsea.
Oh, no, don't pick her. Oh.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.